What you're about to hear isn't fiction. It's the documented descent of a man who turned murder into mathematics, cruelty into craft, and human suffering into his life's work. He is the architect of agony. Welcome to True Crime Headquarters, where every story runs darker. Tonight, we dive into 4 true crimes, each more gripping than the last. If you enjoy them, a like, comment, or subscribe helps keep the truth alive. The blood had dried in patterns across the floorboards, deliberate, almost artistic in its arrangement. When Detective Sarah Morrison first stepped into that Milwaukee apartment in July 1991, the smell hit her like a physical blow. Chemicals, decay, and something else she couldn't quite name. Death had its own perfume, but this was different. This was curated. The refrigerator hummed in the kitchen corner, innocent and unremarkable, until she pulled it open. What she found inside would redefine the boundaries of human depravity. 17 young men had walked into Jeffrey Dahmer's apartment. None of them walked out, but what happened between the threshold and their final moments, the systematic dismantling of human beings, the methodical transformation of people into possessions, that's where the true horror lives. This is the story of a man who didn't just take lives. He consumed them. Now close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's begin. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and leave a comment. Thank you. The thing about monsters is they don't announce themselves. They slip into existence quietly, camouflaged behind ordinary faces and practiced smiles. Jeffrey Lionel Dahmer entered the world on May 21, 1960, in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. A baby like any other, wrapped in hospital blankets, photographed by proud parents, his future an unwritten page. No one could have known that page would fill with atrocities so profound they'd challenge our understanding of human nature itself. His childhood unfolded in the suburbs of Bath, Ohio, where ranch houses lined streets named after trees and children rode bicycles until streetlights flickered on. Joyce and Lionel Dahmer seemed typical enough. He was a chemistry student working toward his degree. She was a young mother navigating the turbulent waters of mental health struggles that would only intensify as years passed. Their home became a theater of tension, arguments echoing through hallways while young Jeffrey learned to retreat inward, building walls that would eventually become impenetrable. By age 4, something had already shifted. The boy showed an unusual fixation with bones. Animal bones discovered in the woods behind their property. He'd collect them with the enthusiasm other children reserved for baseball cards or toy soldiers. His father, attempting to connect with his increasingly withdrawn son, taught him how to bleach bones using chemicals, removing the flesh to reveal the stark white architecture underneath. It was meant to be educational, a father-son activity rooted in scientific curiosity. Instead, it became an apprenticeship in dissection, a gateway to darker fascinations that festered in the shadows of a developing mind. The teenage years brought no relief, only acceleration. While classmates obsessed over football games and first kisses, Jeffrey cultivated private rituals. He discovered that alcohol could silence the screaming inside his head. The confused tangle of sexual desire twisted around violent impulses he couldn't articulate, couldn't understand, couldn't escape. He became the class clown, not from genuine humor but from desperate performance, anything to construct a personality that might pass for normal. Teachers saw a bright student squandering potential. Classmates saw entertainment, a weirdo they could laugh at or with, depending on the day. No one saw the predator taking shape. June 1978. Graduation had barely passed when Stephen Mark Hicks made the fatal mistake of accepting a ride. The 19-year-old hitchhiker was heading to a concert, thumb extended along the rural Ohio roadway, trusting in the universal language of youth looking for adventure. Jeffrey, 18 and freshly alone. His parents had divorced, his mother had taken his younger brother and moved away, leaving him in the empty house. Offered exactly what Stephen sought: a ride, conversation, the promise of beer and music at his place. Just a short detour. What harm could it do? The house stood silent, a monument to abandonment. They drank, they talked, and when Stephen mentioned leaving, something inside Jeffrey fractured completely. The The thought of being alone again, of watching another person walk away, became unbearable. He picked up a barbell, 10 pounds of metal designed for building muscle, now repurposed as an instrument of annihilation. The first blow caught Stephen across the back of the skull, a sickening crack that echoed through empty rooms. He crumpled but didn't die immediately, so Jeffrey hit him again, and again, and again. Each impact drove away the loneliness, replaced it with a different feeling entirely. Control, power, possession. Stephen Hicks became the prototype, the template for everything that followed. But it wasn't the killing that satisfied Jeffrey, it was what came after. He dragged the body to the crawl space, where darkness swallowed evidence and conscience alike. For hours, then days, he kept Stephen there, visiting the corpse as if companionship could somehow survive death. The flesh began its inevitable decay, and still Jeffrey couldn't let go. Eventually, necessity forced action. He dismembered the body with the precision his father had taught him, though the subject matter had escalated from roadkill to human being. Bones went into bags, flesh dissolved in acid, and Stephen Mark Hicks scattered across the Ohio landscape in pieces too small to identify, too numerous to ever collect. 9 years passed. 9 years of Jeffrey attempting to construct a normal life from abnormal desires. He enrolled in Ohio State University and promptly flunked out, alcohol consuming more of his attention than academics. He joined the Army, seeking structure and discipline, but the drinking continued until they discharged him. He moved to Milwaukee, to his grandmother's house, where Catherine Dahmer welcomed her troubled grandson with the unconditional love grandmothers specialize in. She didn't know she was harboring a killer. She couldn't imagine the darkness that had taken root in the boy she'd once bounced on her knee. September 15, 1987. Stephen Twomey, 25, met Jeffrey at Club 219, a gay bar on Milwaukee's south side. The attraction was instant, or at least convenient. They drank together, laughed together, then rented a room at the Ambassador Hotel. A dingy establishment that catered to exactly these kinds of encounters, no questions asked, no judgments rendered. What happened in that room remains partially shrouded, even to Jeffrey himself, who would later claim he didn't remember the actual killing. He insisted he'd blacked out from alcohol, only to wake up with Stephen dead beside him, blood staining the sheets, bruises coloring the corpse's throat. Whether the memory lapse was genuine or convenient hardly mattered. The result was identical. Stephen Twomey was dead, and Jeffrey Dahmer had tasted murder again after nearly a decade of abstinence. This time, though, logistics posed a problem. He couldn't leave the body in a hotel room. Panic sharpening his thoughts, he purchased a large suitcase, stuffed Stephen inside, then calmly checked out and took a taxi back to his grandmother's house. The driver completely unaware he was transporting a corpse. In the basement, privacy afforded opportunity. Jeffrey dismembered Stephen with increasing confidence, the 9-year gap falling away as muscle memory returned. He disposed of the remains with methodical efficiency, and Stephen Twomey vanished from the world without a trace, leaving behind worried family members who'd never receive answers, never find closure, never know their loved one had been reduced to garbage bags and chemical sludge. The monster wasn't just awake now. The monster was hungry. January 1988. James Dockstader, 14 years old, stood outside a Milwaukee bus stop when Jeffrey approached. The boy was too young to be in bars legally, but old age made him vulnerable in different ways: poverty, family instability, a life circumstances that meant disappearing wouldn't immediately trigger alarms. Jeffrey offered money in exchange for posing for photographs, a proposition that appealed to James's desperate need for cash. They went to Catherine Dahmer's basement, where Jeffrey plied the teenager with alcohol laced with sedatives. As James's consciousness dimmed, Jeffrey strangled him, hands squeezing until life evacuated the young body. The dismemberment followed the established protocol now: dissection, disposal, erasure. James Dockstader became another secret buried in trash bags and flushed down drains. March 1988. Richard Guerrero, 25, became the next name on an ever-growing list of the vanished. They met at a gay bar, followed the same pattern: drinks, flirtation, and invitation back to Jeffrey's place. Richard never emerged. His family reported him missing, but Milwaukee police, overwhelmed and under-resourced, couldn't dedicate meaningful attention to another young Latino man who disappeared from the margins of society. The investigation went nowhere. Richard's mother would spend years searching, hoping, praying for news that would never arrive. Catherine Dahmer began noticing the smell emanating from her basement. A sickly sweet rot that permeated the house despite her grandson's assurances he was conducting taxidermy experiments. She asked him to leave. In September 1988, Jeffrey moved into an apartment at 808 North 24th Street, finally achieving the privacy he'd craved, the freedom to act without restriction, without fear of discovery. The apartment became a laboratory of horror, a place where young men entered and never left, where humanity itself was deconstructed piece by piece, murder by murder. Anthony Sears, 24, aspiring model with a bright smile and dreams that extended far beyond Milwaukee's boundaries, met Jeffrey at a gay bar on March 25, 1989. He was beautiful in the way that made people turn their heads, the kind of looks that promised a future in front of cameras and on runways. Jeffrey was instantly obsessed. They went back to his grandmother's house. Catherine was out of town, providing the perfect opportunity. Jeffrey drugged Anthony, then strangled him while the young man slipped into unconsciousness. But this time, Jeffrey wanted more than just disposal. He wanted souvenirs. He decapitated Anthony, preserving the skull, painting it gray to make it look like a plasticine prop if anyone happened to see it. He kept it like a trophy, a reminder of beauty he'd captured and destroyed, a possession that could never leave him. The pattern was established. The appetite was insatiable. And Milwaukee, unknowing and unready, was about to discover just how many of its sons had been feeding that hunger, one life at a time. Each murder a stepping stone toward an inevitable reckoning that would shock the world and force humanity to confront the darkest capabilities lurking inside our species. The apartment at 808 North 24th Street appeared unremarkable from the exterior. Just another unit in a building that housed working-class residents, people struggling to make rent, to build lives from limited resources. The hallways smelled like cooking spices and cigarette smoke, sounds of television programs and domestic arguments filtering through thin walls. Neighbors existed in uncomfortable proximity, separated by mere inches of plaster and wood, yet somehow remaining strangers who passed each other without genuine connection. This anonymity proved essential to what unfolded inside apartment 213, where Jeffrey Dahmer was perfecting murder into method, transforming killing from impulse into industrial process. By 1990, the frequency accelerated. The hunger that had simmered for years now boiled constantly, demanding satisfaction with increasing urgency. Jeffrey had learned from previous mistakes, refined his technique, established protocols that minimized risk while maximizing gratification. The formula became predictable. Identify targets at gay bars or shopping districts, prey specifically on marginalized individuals, men of color, immigrants, those whose disappearances might not generate immediate police attention. He'd offer money for photographs or modeling, sometimes companionship, sometimes just conversation. The promise of $50 or $100 could persuade someone living check to check, someone whose economic desperation outweighed instinctive caution. Once inside apartment 213, the script never varied. Jeffrey would offer drug drinks, alcohol laced with crushed sleeping pills, the sedatives working quickly to suppress consciousness and resistance. As his victims slipped into stupor, Jeffrey would strangle them, hands circling throats, feeling pulses slow then stop completely. Death wasn't instantaneous. It took minutes of sustained pressure, minutes during which Jeffrey felt utterly powerful, completely in control, experiencing a dark euphoria that normal existence could never provide. The killing was foreplay. What came after was the main event. Eddie Smith, 28, disappeared on June 14, 1990. His family knew something was wrong immediately. Eddie maintained close contact with his sister, called regularly, showed up for family gatherings. His sudden silence screamed danger, but when relatives contacted police, they encountered bureaucratic indifference. Eddie was an adult, they were told. Adults had the right to disappear if they wanted. Without evidence of foul play, there was nothing to investigate. Eddie's sister refused to accept this answer, filed missing persons reports, begged for attention. The paperwork was processed and then essentially ignored, Eddie becoming another name in an ever-growing database of Milwaukee's missing. What his family couldn't know, what no one could know, was that Eddie Smith existed now only as photographs Jeffrey had taken, Polaroids capturing the body in various poses after death, and as physical remains. A skull cleaned and preserved, bones carefully separated and stored. Jeffrey had begun constructing what he called his collection, treating human beings like specimens in some twisted museum, curating death with the meticulousness others reserved for stamps or coins. Ricky Beeks, 33, came from a challenging background but was working to build something better. He had struggled with homelessness, with addiction, with the systemic forces that pushed men like him to society's edges. On July 6, 1990, he encountered Jeffrey Dahmer, who seemed to offer exactly what Ricky needed: quick money, no questions, just pose for some photographs. Ricky followed Jeffrey to apartment 213, crossed the threshold, and entered a space he'd never leave. The drug drink, the strangulation, the systematic dismemberment that followed. Ricky Beeks became another trophy, another collection piece, another human being reduced to body parts stored in boxes and acid baths. Ernest Miller, 22, was different. He was a dance student at Milwaukee's Marquette University, graceful and athletic, his body a temple he'd built through dedication and discipline. Jeffrey found him beautiful, and when they met on September 2, 1990, Jeffrey saw not just another victim but an opportunity to perfect his techniques. Ernest accepted the invitation to Jeffrey's apartment, enticed by the promise of money. Once inside, the routine unfolded. Drugged beverage, loss of consciousness, strangulation. But with Ernest, Jeffrey experimented further. He performed crude lobotomies on some victims, drilling holes into skulls while they remained alive but unconscious, pouring acid or boiling water into brain tissue, attempting to create what he called zombies. Living but compliant partners who couldn't leave, couldn't resist, couldn't do anything except exist as permanent possessions. Ernest Miller didn't survive these experiments. No one did. The procedures killed quickly, brains too delicate to withstand such brutal assault. Jeffrey kept Ernest's skeleton, bleaching bones until they shone white, constructing a grotesque display in his bedroom. The biceps and heart went into the freezer. Jeffrey had begun consuming his victims, frying muscle tissue in skillets, eating pieces of men he'd murdered, literalizing his desire for possession, for absolute integration. If he couldn't keep them alive, he'd absorb them entirely, make them part of his own flesh, eliminate the boundary between self and other through the most primal act imaginable: cannibalism. David Thomas, 22, father to a young daughter, desperately trying to navigate responsible parenthood despite limited resources, became the next victim on September 24, 1990. Jeffrey encountered him at a Milwaukee shopping mall, struck up a conversation, made his standard offer. David needed money. His daughter needed things. Rent demanded payment. Life compressed him from all sides. He accepted. The apartment, the drink, the death. Jeffrey wasn't even attracted to David, would later admit he'd killed him simply because David was there. Simply because the opportunity presented itself and Jeffrey no longer required emotional investment to justify murder. It had become mechanical, reflexive, as ordinary to Jeffrey as other people's morning coffee routines. Curtis Strotter, 18, was pursuing modeling, his handsome features and confident bearing suggesting a future beyond Milwaukee's industrial landscape. On February 18, 1991, he crossed paths with Jeffrey at a bus stop. The promised photography session, the $50, the invitation to the apartment. Curtis saw opportunity where only death awaited. Jeffrey strangled him, photographed his corpse in various positions, then dismembered him with practiced efficiency. Curtis's skull joined the growing collection, his flesh consumed or dissolved, his existence scrubbed from the world except for the frantic missing persons reports his grandmother filed, the desperate pleas that fell on ears too overwhelmed or indifferent to listen. Errol Lindsay, 19, died on April 7, 1991. Jeffrey offered him money to listen to his heartbeat, a bizarre request that should have triggered alarm but instead just seemed strange enough to dismiss. Inside apartment 213, Jeffrey drugged him but not enough to induce complete unconsciousness. Errol fought as Jeffrey attacked him, struggled against the hands around his throat, understood in those final terrifying moments that he was being murdered. Jeffrey strangled him despite the resistance, then subjected the corpse to his standard procedures. Errol's family, already burdened by poverty and systemic marginalization, found their son had vanished into a void that offered neither answers nor justice, only agonizing uncertainty that would persist for months. Tony Hughes, 31, deaf and mute since childhood, communicated through sign language and written notes. He lived within a community that already faced significant barriers, disability adding another layer of vulnerability to an already challenging existence. On May 24, 1991, he met Jeffrey at Club 219, where they communicated by writing messages back and forth. Jeffrey's offer seemed legitimate, a modeling opportunity for good money. They went to the apartment together, Tony trusting in the written promises, unable to hear warning bells that might have rung for others. Jeffrey drugged him, strangled him, then kept Tony's body in his bedroom for several days before dismembering it. He photographed the corpse in various positions, these images part of the extensive documentation Jeffrey maintained. Hundreds of Polaroids capturing death from every angle, a photographic catalog of atrocity. Konarak Synthesumphone, 14 years old, Laotian immigrant still navigating American culture, became the victim whose brief escape almost prevented future murders. Almost, but tragically not quite. On May 27, 1991, Jeffrey encountered him outside a mall, offered money, brought him to apartment 213. The standard procedure unfolded. Drug, drink, unconsciousness, the crude lobotomy procedure Jeffrey was obsessed with perfecting. But Jeffrey made a mistake. He left Konarak alone to go buy beer, and during that absence, the boy regained consciousness. Disoriented, naked, bleeding from the hole drilled into his skull, Konarak stumbled out of the apartment and into the street. 3 young black women found him, Sandra Smith, Nicole Childress, and Tina Spivey, and immediately called 911, recognizing that this child was in desperate need of help. Police arrived, and Jeffrey, returning to find his victim gone, talked his way into the situation with a calmness born from sociopathic confidence. He claimed Konarak was his 19-year-old boyfriend, that they'd had a lover's quarrel, nothing more than domestic drama. The officers, John Balserzak and Joseph Gabrish, accepted this explanation despite the women's protests, despite Konarak's obvious distress, despite the boy's inability to communicate coherently. They escorted Konarak back to apartment 213, never searching the premises, never noticing the smell, never discovering that Jeffrey had another corpse, Tony Hughes, decomposing in the bedroom at that very moment. The officers left. Jeffrey strangled Konarak immediately, then dismembered his body. The 14-year-old boy became another trophy, another Polaroid series, another skull in the collection. And the system, through its failures of imagination and diligence, through its implicit biases and procedural laziness, had fed a child directly to a serial killer who went right back to murdering with renewed confidence that he was somehow untouchable, somehow beyond consequence. Matt Turner, 20, met Jeffrey at Chicago's Pride Parade on June 30th, 1991. The festival atmosphere, the crowds celebrating identity and community, provided perfect hunting ground. Matt accepted Jeffrey's invitation to Milwaukee, the promise of a party and good times. They took the bus together, rode for hours while Matt remained completely unaware he was traveling toward his own death. At apartment 213, the routine repeated. Turner died, was photographed, dismembered, consumed. His torso ended up in the barrel of acid Jeffrey kept, flesh dissolving while bones remained, a process Jeffrey had refined through extensive practice. Jeremiah Weinberger, 23, spent an entire weekend with Jeffrey in July 1991, 2 days during which they had consensual relations, during which Jeremiah felt comfortable enough to stay repeatedly. But when he mentioned leaving on the 3rd day, Jeffrey couldn't tolerate it. The thought of abandonment triggered that same rage that had killed Stephen Hicks 13 years earlier. Jeffrey drugged Jeremiah, then performed his lobotomy experiment again, drilling into the skull, pouring boiling water into brain tissue. Jeremiah survived for 2 days in agony before dying, his suffering prolonged by Jeffrey's desperate attempt to create a compliant companion who could never leave. Oliver Lacey, 24, died on July 12, 1991. Jeffrey kept his head in the refrigerator next to drinks and food, a casual domestication of horror. The heart went into the freezer for later consumption. The body parts scattered across apartment 213 like some grotesque still life. Death integrated into daily living with such normalcy that Jeffrey seemed genuinely puzzled when people later expressed revulsion. To him, this had become life, ordinary and unremarkable. The apartment a workshop where he constructed companionship from corpses, tried desperately to create what he couldn't achieve through normal human interaction. Joseph Braidhoft, 25, father of 3 children, trying to establish himself in Milwaukee after moving from Minnesota, became the final victim. On July 19, 1991, he encountered Jeffrey at a bus stop, accepted the standard offer, money and beer in exchange for conversation and photographs. The pattern played out one last time. Apartment 213, the drug drink, strangulation, dismemberment. Joseph's body was still in the apartment 8 days later when everything finally ended, when the carefully constructed facade finally collapsed, when Jeffrey Dahmer's private chamber of horrors became public knowledge and the world recoiled in disgust at what one human being had done to 17 others over the span of 13 years. The apartment had become a slaughterhouse operating in plain sight, death industrialized and routinized, murder transformed into something almost banal through repetition. And somehow, impossibly, Milwaukee had failed to notice, failed to connect the dots, failed to save lives that could have been saved if only someone had looked closer, asked harder questions, treated the marginalized victims with the same urgency afforded to those from different demographics. The system's failures were as damning as Jeffrey's actions. Enablement through negligence creating space for a predator to operate with near impunity for over a decade. July 22, 1991. The temperature climbed into the 80s, humidity turning Milwaukee air thick as soup, the kind of weather that made people irritable and desperate for relief. Tracy Edwards, 32, was looking for exactly that. Maybe a cool drink, maybe some company, anything to break the monotony of another sweltering summer evening. When Jeffrey Dahmer approached him on Milwaukee's north side, offering beer and money just to hang out and watch videos, Tracy saw no particular danger. The offer seemed straightforward enough. He'd been living rough lately, dealing with his own struggles, and $50 meant meals he desperately needed. They walked together to the Oxford Apartments, that nondescript building on North 25th Street that had harbored so much death without anyone noticing. Tracy followed Jeffrey up the stairs, down the hallway where neighbors existed behind closed doors, willfully ignorant or genuinely oblivious to the horror percolating in apartment 213. The door closed behind them with a click that, in retrospect, sounded like a trap springing shut. The apartment struck Tracy immediately as wrong. The smell, overwhelming, putrid, an odor that coated the back of his throat and made him gag. Jeffrey apologized, claimed he'd had a freezer malfunction, but the explanation didn't quite account for the intensity of that stench. Still, Tracy stayed. The offer of beer and promised money anchored him despite instinct screaming to leave. Jeffrey put on a videotape, offered drinks, made small talk that grew increasingly strange. Then, as the evening progressed, Jeffrey's demeanor shifted. The friendly facade cracked, revealing something predatory underneath. Jeffrey snapped a handcuff onto Tracy's wrist before Tracy fully understood what was happening. The metal bit into skin, locked tight, transforming the situation from uncomfortable to terrifying in the span of seconds. Tracy jerked away, trying to free himself, but Jeffrey held the other cuff, attempting to secure Tracy's second wrist. They struggled, furniture scraping against floors, Tracy fighting with the desperate strength fear provides. Jeffrey pulled out a knife, a large butcher blade that caught light and promised violence. He pressed it against Tracy's chest, and his voice dropped to something flat and mechanical. "If you don't do what I say, I'll stab your heart out," Jeffrey said, and Tracy heard absolute truth in those words. This wasn't a threat. This was a statement of intent, A promise from someone who'd kept this exact promise 17 times before. Tracy had stumbled into hell, and the only question now was whether he'd escape or join the collection of body parts that Tracy didn't yet know littered the apartment around him. Jeffrey forced Tracy toward the bedroom, that inner sanctum where the worst atrocities had occurred, where corpses had been photographed and dismembered, where skulls sat on shelves like macabre decorations. But Tracy was fighting now, adrenaline overriding fear, survival instinct engaged at maximum intensity. He talked, buying time, attempting to establish human connection with this man who seemed to have severed his own humanity somewhere along the path to becoming a killer. He promised he wouldn't tell anyone, begged for release, tried to sound compliant while his mind raced through escape possibilities. Hours crawled past. Jeffrey seemed to relax slightly, convinced perhaps that Tracy was sufficiently subdued. He allowed Tracy to sit on the couch, though the handcuff still bit into his wrist, the knife never far from Jeffrey's hand. They watched television together, a surreal domesticity playing out against the backdrop of Tracy's terror. And then Jeffrey made a mistake. He rested his head on Tracy's lap and began to drift, his attention wavering, the knife loosening in his grip. Tracy saw his chance. He launched upward, shoving Jeffrey aside, and ran. The handcuff dangled from his wrist, metal bouncing against skin as he sprinted toward the door, yanked it open, and exploded into the hallway. Jeffrey shouted behind him, footsteps pounding in pursuit. But Tracy had momentum now. He hit the stairs, took them 3 at a time, crashed through the building's entrance and into the street, where 2 police officers, Robert Roth and Rolf Mueller, were on routine patrol. "He tried to kill me," Tracy screamed, arm extended to show the handcuff, words tumbling out in a frantic rush. "He's got a knife. He's crazy." The officers saw Tracy's genuine terror, saw the handcuff, unmistakable evidence that something serious had occurred. They followed Tracy's pointing finger toward Jeffrey, who'd emerged from the building now, standing on the street with that same eerie calm he'd displayed when police had returned Conorak's synthesumphone to his apartment just 2 months earlier. But this time, Tracy was an adult. This time, the victim was coherent and articulate. This time, the officers actually listened. They asked Jeffrey about the handcuff, and he offered to go get the key, invited them up to his apartment. A reasonable explanation would surely present itself, Jeffrey seemed to believe. His confidence built from that previous encounter where his words had been accepted over evidence of danger. The officers accompanied Jeffrey to apartment 213, Tracy staying close, unwilling to let his attacker out of sight, unwilling to trust that this wouldn't somehow dissolve into Jeffrey talking his way free again. Officer Mueller walked to the bedroom, looking for the handcuff key Jeffrey claimed was there. What he found instead was an open drawer filled with Polaroid photographs, images of dismembered bodies, of corpses in various positions, of human remains arranged and captured on film. The pictures showed everything: the stages of death, the process of dismemberment, the careful documentation of 17 murders. Mueller's voice cut through the apartment. "There's a goddamn head in the refrigerator." The words transformed the scene. Jeffrey tried to resist as the officers moved to restrain him, superhuman strength surging through him as he fought against arrest, against exposure, against the end of everything he'd built. It took both officers to subdue him, to force him to the ground, to snap handcuffs around wrists that had strangled so many others. The apartment had become a crime scene, and as more officers arrived, as crime scene technicians began their horrific inventory, the true scope of Jeffrey Dahmer's atrocities revealed itself piece by nightmarish piece. The refrigerator contained a human head, eyes staring sightlessly from the shelf where milk and juice should have been. The freezer held packages of meat, human muscle tissue, carefully wrapped and labeled like cuts from a butcher shop. A large barrel in the bedroom was filled with acid and dissolving torsos, 3 bodies in various stages of decomposition. Skulls lined shelves, cleaned and preserved, Jeffrey's trophies arranged like prized possessions. Painted skulls sat on the computer desk, disguised as art projects. Hands and genitals floated in formaldehyde jars. A complete skeleton hung in the closet, bones wired together with pathetic parody of a medical school anatomy display. Photographs documented everything, over 80 Polaroids capturing victims alive and dead, the progression from person to corpse to dismembered parts. The images provided a timeline of murder, evidence so overwhelming that denial became impossible. The police counted 11 separate bodies or substantial remains. For preserved heads, a complete skeleton, multiple skulls, organs in jars, muscle tissue packaged for consumption. The apartment was a museum of death, each artifact representing a human being who'd trusted wrong, who'd been vulnerable at precisely the wrong moment, who'd encountered a predator operating with horrifying efficiency in plain sight. News crews arrived as word spread. Neighbors who'd lived feet away from this carnage expressed shock, though many admitted they'd noticed the smell, had heard strange sounds, had felt vaguely unsettled by Jeffrey but never imagined the truth. The story exploded across media, journalists struggling to find language adequate to describe what had been discovered. House of Horrors, the headlines screamed, though even that seemed insufficient to capture the reality of what Jeffrey Dahmer had done. The systematic way he'd turned murder into routine, death into decoration, human beings into objects to collect and consume. The victims' families began learning the truth. Eddie Smith's sister, who'd been fighting for months to get police to take her brother's disappearance seriously, received the call she dreaded but expected. Errol Lindsay's mother collapsed when detectives arrived at her door. Curtis Strotter's grandmother, who'd filed missing persons reports the police had barely investigated, felt rage mixing with grief. Tony Hughes's family, Conorak Synthesophone's family, Matt Turner's parents, Joseph Braidhoff's children, all of them suddenly forced to confront that their loved ones hadn't simply disappeared, hadn't run away or started new lives elsewhere. They'd been murdered, dismembered, reduced to Polaroid images and body parts scattered throughout Jeffrey Dahmer's apartment. The community reeled. Milwaukee's gay community, already marginalized and often targeted, felt betrayed by the revelation that one of their own had been preying on them with such impunity. Communities of color, who'd lost the majority of Jeffrey's victims, pointed out what many preferred to ignore: that systemic racism had enabled these murders, that police indifference to missing Black and Latino men had created the space for Jeffrey to operate, that Conorak Synthesophone would still be alive if the officers who'd returned him to Jeffrey had done their jobs with even minimal diligence. Jeffrey sat in custody, remarkably calm considering his world had imploded. During interrogations, he confessed with chilling matter-of-factness, describing murders the way someone else might describe their morning commute. Routine, unremarkable, just things that happened. He expressed no real remorse, only regret that he'd been caught, that his experiment in creating compliant companions had failed, that he wouldn't be able to continue building his collection. The detectives listening struggled to maintain professional composure as Jeffrey casually detailed strangling 17 people, drilling holes in living skulls, consuming human flesh, sleeping beside corpses for days. The legal system mobilized, preparing for a trial that would captivate global attention. Prosecutors assembled evidence that was overwhelming in both quantity and horror. The photographs alone would be enough to convict, but they also had Tracy Edwards' testimony, Jeffrey's own confessions, and the physical evidence of partial remains from 11 victims. The defense would attempt an insanity plea, arguing that no sane person could commit such acts, but prosecutors would counter that Jeffrey's careful planning, his ability to avoid detection for 13 years, his methodical approach to murder and disposal all demonstrated rational thought, however twisted his desires might be. Milwaukee would never be the same. The Oxford Apartments became a macabre tourist attraction until authorities demolished it, removing the physical reminder of horror, though the memory would persist. North 25th Street bore a stain that wouldn't wash away, a knowledge that death had flourished there while the world went about its business just outside. And 17 families entered a grief that had no endpoint, no closure adequate to balance the scales, no justice sufficient to restore what Jeffrey Dahmer had stolen from them and from the world. The monster was caged now, but the damage was done, permanent and profound. And the questions remained: how had this happened? How had one person caused such extensive horror without being stopped? What failures of systems, of communities, of humanity itself had allowed Jeffrey Dahmer to murder 17 people before someone finally paid attention? The Milwaukee County Courthouse transformed into a theater of American justice on January 13, 1992, when Jeffrey Dahmer's trial commenced. Every seat in the courtroom filled within minutes, journalists from around the world jostling for position, sketch artists poised to capture the face of evil for publications that would splash his image across millions of breakfast tables. The accused entered escorted by armed officers, wearing civilian clothes, a suit and tie that gave him an unsettling normalcy, as if this were a business meeting rather than a reckoning for 17 murders. Judge Lawrence Graham Jr. presided with stern dignity, aware that the world was watching, that this trial would define not just Jeffrey Dahmer's fate, but also test the legal system's ability to process horror that seemed to exceed traditional categories of criminality. The charges were read: 15 counts of first-degree intentional homicide. Wisconsin law prevented charging Jeffrey with Stephen Hicks's and Stephen Twomey's murders due to jurisdictional issues, though everyone in that courtroom knew the true body count reached 17. Each charge carried a mandatory life sentence, meaning Jeffrey faced the mathematical impossibility of 900 years in prison if convicted on all counts. The prosecution, led by District Attorney Michael McCann and Assistant District Attorney E. David Agolia, held an almost absurdly strong hand. The evidence was overwhelming: photographs documenting the murders, Jeffrey's detailed confessions, the physical remains of 11 victims recovered from apartment 213, Tracy Edwards' testimony about his near-death experience. The prosecutors didn't need to prove Jeffrey had killed these men. That was undisputed fact. Instead, this trial would hinge on a single question. Was Jeffrey Dahmer legally insane when he committed these murders? Or was he a calculating killer who understood exactly what he was doing and chose to do it anyway? Defense attorney Gerald Boyle, a respected Milwaukee lawyer known for his courtroom skill, faced an impossible task. His client had confessed to everything, described his crimes in meticulous detail, left behind evidence so overwhelming that denial was futile. The only viable strategy was the insanity defense, arguing that someone who drilled holes into living skulls, who ate human flesh, who attempted to create zombie sex slaves through crude lobotomies, must by definition be insane. No sane person could commit such acts, the defense would argue. The very nature of the crimes proved mental illness severe enough to meet Wisconsin's legal standard for insanity. Wisconsin law set a high bar. Defendants were considered insane only if they couldn't appreciate the wrongfulness of their conduct or conform their behavior to the requirements of law due to mental disease or defect. Boyle would need to prove that Jeffrey's paraphilias, his necrophilia, his desire for complete control, his compulsions, were so overwhelming they eliminated his ability to distinguish right from wrong or control his actions. It was a tall order, made taller by the evidence of Jeffrey's careful planning. His ability to avoid detection for 13 years, his methodical approach to luring victims and disposing of evidence. The prosecution would counter with their own psychiatric experts who'd argue that Jeffrey knew his actions were wrong, evidenced by his elaborate efforts to conceal them, and that he could control his behavior when motivated to do so. He held jobs, maintained relationships with family, functioned in society. He chose when and where to kill based on opportunity and risk assessment. These weren't the actions of someone lost in psychotic delusion, but rather someone driven by deviant desires he chose to satisfy despite knowing they violated law and morality. The testimony began, and the courtroom became a place where humanity's darkest capabilities were examined under fluorescent lights and legal procedure. Tracy Edwards took the stand first, describing his July 22nd encounter with Jeffrey, reliving the terror of that night when death had been imminent until he'd managed to escape. Tracy's testimony was compelling, his fear still palpable months later, his relief at survival evident in every word. He established that Jeffrey had been coherent, purposeful, in complete control during the attack. Important evidence for the prosecution's argument that this was intentional homicide, not the product of mental illness that eliminated culpability. Then came the medical examiners, who described in clinical language what they'd found in apartment 213. Dr. Jeffrey Jensen walked the jury through the remains. The preserved skulls, the organs in jars, the muscle tissue packaged for freezing, the acid barrel containing dissolving torsos. He explained the dismemberment techniques Jeffrey had employed, the precision suggesting someone comfortable with the process, someone who'd refined his methods through extensive practice. The testimony was necessarily graphic, several jurors visibly struggling to maintain composure as Dr. Jensen described separating individual victims' remains from the commingled horror of Jeffrey's apartment. Photographs entered evidence, and the courtroom atmosphere grew heavier still. The Polaroids showed everything: victims alive and conscious in early photos, then unconscious, then dead, then in progressive stages of dismemberment. The images documented Jeffrey's process with damning thoroughness. He'd photographed victims at each stage not for evidentiary purposes but for his own gratification, creating a visual catalog of his crimes that now served as perfect documentation for prosecutors. The jury viewed these images with expressions ranging from disgust to tears, the reality of 17 destroyed lives impossible to abstract or intellectualize when confronted with such visceral evidence. Family members testified, bringing human dimension to names that had become crime statistics. Rita Isbell, sister of Errol Lindsay, delivered victim impact testimony that crackled with rage and grief. She turned to face Jeffrey directly, her voice rising as she described what his actions had done to her family, how her brother's murder had shattered them beyond repair. "I will never have a chance to tell him I love him again," she said, tears streaming down her face while Jeffrey sat impassive, barely reacting to her anguish. "You took that away from me. You took that away from all of us." Shirley Hughes, mother of Tony Hughes, testified about her deaf son, about his struggles and dreams, about the person he'd been before Jeffrey reduced him to body parts stored in an apartment that reeked of death. She described filing missing persons reports, begging police to search, being told repeatedly that nothing could be done. The systemic failures that had enabled Jeffrey's killing spree were laid bare through her testimony. The marginalization of victims, the inadequate police response, the way society's most vulnerable became easy prey for predators because no one watched carefully enough, cared deeply enough, acted swiftly enough. Catherine Dahmer, Jeffrey's grandmother, testified for the defense, describing the boy she'd known, the troubled young man who'd lived with her, expressing bewilderment at what he'd become. She'd noticed nothing, she insisted, had no idea her basement had been used for murder, no conception that her grandson was capable of such horror. Her testimony humanized Jeffrey in ways the evidence made difficult. Here was a grandmother who'd loved her grandson, who'd tried to help him, who'd been utterly deceived by the monster living under her roof. Lionel Dahmer took the stand as well, Jeffrey's father struggling visibly with guilt and confusion. He blamed himself, wondering what he'd done wrong, whether teaching young Jeffrey to bleach animal bones had somehow planted seeds that grew into murder. He described a son who'd been withdrawn and strange but never overtly violent, never showed signs, at least none Lionel recognized, of the predator he'd become. The testimony was heartbreaking, a father grappling with the impossible question of how his child had transformed into one of history's most notorious killers. Then came the psychiatric experts, and the trial became a battle of competing interpretations of Jeffrey Dahmer's mind. Dr. Frederick Fostel testified for the prosecution, describing his extensive interviews with Jeffrey, concluding that while Jeffrey suffered from paraphilias, necrophilia, sexual sadism, fetishism, he didn't meet Wisconsin's legal standard for insanity. Jeffrey knew his actions were wrong. Dr. Fostel explained, evidenced by his elaborate efforts at concealment, his ability to lie convincingly to police, his careful victim selection based on vulnerability and likelihood of investigation. Jeffrey's statement that he knew he'd be caught eventually and was relieved when arrested suggested someone who understood consequences, who'd been weighing risk versus reward all along. Dr. Park Dietz, a renowned forensic psychiatrist, reinforced this assessment. He'd spent extensive time interviewing Jeffrey, reading his confessions, analyzing his behavior patterns. Dr. Dietz testified that Jeffrey's crimes demonstrated planning, organization, and adaptation. He'd learned from mistakes, improved his techniques, developed increasingly efficient methods for killing and disposal. This wasn't someone in the grip of uncontrollable psychosis, but rather someone methodically satisfying deviant sexual desires while understanding their illegality. The paraphilias didn't eliminate Jeffrey's capacity to appreciate wrongfulness or conform his conduct to legal requirements. They simply motivated behaviors he chose to act on despite knowing they were wrong. The defense countered with their own experts. Dr. Fred Berlin, a specialist in sexual disorders, testified that Jeffrey's necrophilia and compulsive behaviors were so severe they overwhelmed his ability to resist. The desire for complete control over partners, the inability to tolerate rejection or abandonment, the escalating need to possess victims entirely. These weren't choices, Dr. Berlin argued, but symptoms of profound mental illness that hijacked Jeffrey's volition. When the compulsion struck, when the need became overwhelming, Jeffrey couldn't resist it any more than someone having a seizure could will themselves to stop convulsing. Dr. Judith Becker, a psychologist specializing in sexual deviance, supported this theory. She described Jeffrey's paraphilias as analogous to addiction, an irresistible craving that overrode rational thought and moral consideration. Jeffrey had tried to stop, she testified, pointing to the 9-year gap between Stephen Hicks's murder and Stephen Twomey's. That gap demonstrated Jeffrey's desire to control himself, his recognition that his urges were wrong. But ultimately, the compulsion proved too strong, pulling him back into patterns of violence he intellectually wanted to resist but emotionally couldn't escape. This, Dr. Becker argued, was the essence of mental illness severe enough to meet legal insanity standards. The prosecution's rebuttal focused on inconsistencies in this narrative. If Jeffrey couldn't control himself, why did he wait for opportunities when risk was minimal? Why did he avoid killing when his grandmother was home? Why did he hold jobs, pay rent, maintain relationships with family members who had no idea what he was doing? These weren't the actions of someone completely overtaken by compulsion, but rather someone who could control his behavior when necessary and chose not to when he felt safe to indulge his desires. The evidence suggested not insanity but depravity. A person who wanted something wrong, knew it was wrong, and did it anyway because his desires mattered more to him than his victims' lives. Jeffrey himself testified, a moment the courtroom had anticipated with morbid fascination. He took the stand calmly, answering questions in that same flat, affectless tone that had characterized his confessions. He described his crimes without emotion, explaining his desire to create compliant partners who couldn't leave, his experiments with drilling holes and pouring chemicals, his progression into cannibalism as an attempt to make victims part of him permanently. He insisted he knew his actions were wrong, acknowledged understanding they violated law and morality, but claimed the compulsion was simply too strong to resist. "I couldn't stop," he said, though his voice carried no particular anguish, no sense of a man tortured by urges beyond his control. The prosecution's cross-examination was devastating. They walked Jeffrey through his careful planning, how he'd purchased specific equipment, researched chemical compounds for dissolving flesh, developed routines for luring victims and avoiding detection. They highlighted his ability to maintain normalcy, to work at the Ambrosia chocolate factory for years while murdering regularly, to have conversations with his grandmother about ordinary topics while corpses rotted in her basement. If he truly couldn't control himself, why was he so controlled in every other aspect of life? Gerald Boyle delivered a passionate closing argument for the defense, asking jurors to consider whether anyone truly sane could commit such acts, whether the very nature of the crimes didn't prove mental illness beyond any reasonable doubt. He urged them to see Jeffrey as a sick man rather than an evil one, someone deserving treatment rather than pure punishment, someone whose actions were symptoms of disease rather than choices of a criminal mind. But the prosecution's closing was more compelling. Michael McCann methodically dismantled the insanity defense, emphasizing Jeffrey's consistent ability to distinguish right from wrong, his extensive efforts to conceal his crimes, his careful victim selection, his years of successful deception. "This is not insanity," McCann declared. "This is depravity. This is evil. And Wisconsin law doesn't excuse evil by calling it sickness." The jury deliberated for 5 hours. Remarkably brief considering the complexity of the case and the mountain of evidence they'd absorbed over 2 weeks of testimony. On February 15, 1992, they returned with their verdict: guilty on all 15 counts of first-degree intentional homicide. Jeffrey Dahmer was sane under Wisconsin law, responsible for his actions, accountable for 17 murders even if only 15 could be formally charged. Judge Graham sentenced Jeffrey to 15 consecutive life terms, the maximum punishment available. Wisconsin had abolished the death penalty decades earlier, meaning life imprisonment was the harshest consequence the state could impose. Jeffrey would die in prison, that much was certain. He'd never experience freedom again, never have opportunity to kill again, spend the rest of his existence locked away from the society he'd preyed upon with such devastating efficiency. But imprisonment didn't end Jeffrey Dahmer's story. He was transferred to the Columbia Correctional Institution in Portage, Wisconsin, where his celebrity status made him simultaneously protected and targeted. Prison officials assigned him to segregated housing initially, concerned that general population would be too dangerous for someone whose crimes generated such universal revulsion. Fellow inmates included violent offenders, people who'd committed terrible acts themselves. Yet even among this population, Jeffrey represented something beyond the pale, someone whose crimes exceeded the unwritten codes that governed prison culture. Eventually, Jeffrey was integrated into general population, assigned to a work detail with other inmates. He attempted to maintain a low profile, avoided confrontations, reportedly expressed remorse in private conversations, though whether genuine or performative remained debatable. He gave interviews to journalists, including Stone Phillips of NBC News, describing his crimes with the same matter-of-fact tone that had characterized his trial testimony. He claimed to have found religion in prison, to be seeking redemption through faith, though the sincerity was questionable from someone who'd spent years deceiving everyone around him. November 28, 1994. Christopher Scarver, a fellow inmate serving life for murder, was assigned to the same work detail as Jeffrey and Jesse Anderson, another convicted killer. Scarver, who later claimed Jeffrey had been taunting him and other inmates by shaping his prison food into severed limbs and dousing it with ketchup to simulate blood, attacked both men with a metal bar from the prison weight room. The assaults were brutal, savage. Scarver struck them repeatedly in the head, crushing skulls, continuing the beating long after both men had lost consciousness. Jeffrey Dahmer died en route to the hospital, brain injuries too severe to survive. He was 34 years old, had served less than 3 years of his 15 life sentences, would never experience the decades of imprisonment the court had intended as punishment. Jesse Anderson died 2 days later from similar injuries. Scarver was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree intentional homicide and received 2 additional life sentences. Though he showed no remorse, claimed he'd been doing God's work removing monsters from the earth. The news of Jeffrey's death generated mixed reactions. Some victims' families expressed satisfaction, a sense that justice had been served more completely than Wisconsin law allowed. Jeffrey had essentially received the death penalty despite the state's abolition of capital punishment. Others felt cheated, believing he'd escaped too easily, that 3 years in prison hardly balanced 17 murders, that he should have suffered for decades before finding release through death. Rita Isbell, Errol Lindsay's sister, stated publicly that she felt nothing, that Jeffrey's death changed nothing, didn't bring her brother back, didn't heal the wound that would never close. Lionel Dahmer expressed grief, the complicated sorrow of a father who'd loved his son while hating his actions, who'd hoped Jeffrey might somehow find redemption or at least understanding during his imprisonment. Catherine Dahmer, Jeffrey's grandmother who died just months before his murder, was spared the news that her grandson had been killed in the same violent manner he'd killed so many others, a cosmic irony that felt almost biblical in its poetic justice. The questions lingered long after Jeffrey's death. Psychologists and criminologists studied his case extensively, trying to understand how someone becomes a serial killer, what factors create a person capable of such sustained brutality. The childhood isolation, the parental discord, the early fascination with dead animals, the alcohol abuse, all these elements appeared in the analysis, yet none provided complete explanation. Millions of people experienced similar circumstances without becoming murderers. Something else had been present in Jeffrey Dahmer, some combination of biological, psychological, and environmental factors that converged to create a predator of exceptional lethality. The systemic failures received less attention than they deserved. The police officers who'd returned Conarac synthesumphone to Jeffrey faced internal discipline but retained their jobs initially. John Balcerzak was fired, appealed through his union, and was actually reinstated, eventually rising to president of the Milwaukee Police Association before retiring. The message seemed clear. Institutional failure carried minimal consequences, even when that failure cost a 14-year-old boy his life and allowed a serial killer to murder 3 more people over the following months. The communities Jeffrey devastated, Milwaukee's gay community, communities of color who'd lost the majority of victims, struggled to find meaning in the tragedy. Vigils were held, memorials created, support groups formed for families who'd lost loved ones to Jeffrey's appetite for death. But the fundamental questions remained unanswerable. Why had these particular people died? What randomness or fate had placed them in Jeffrey's path at precisely the wrong moment? How did you process being the parent, sibling, child of someone who'd been murdered, dismembered, consumed? The Oxford apartments were demolished in November 1992, the building razed to prevent it from becoming a macabre tourist attraction or shrine to Jeffrey's notoriety. The land remained empty for years. Nobody wanted to build where such horror had occurred, as if the ground itself had been contaminated by the evil that had flourished there. Eventually, development returned, new structures rising on the site, but those who knew the history could never quite forget what had happened there. The 17 lives that had ended within those walls while the world outside continued its oblivious routine. Jeffrey Dahmer's name entered the cultural lexicon, became shorthand for a particular kind of horror. The killer next door, the monster hiding behind ordinary appearance, the predator operating in plain sight while society failed to notice. Books were written, documentaries produced, endless analysis attempting to dissect not just Jeffrey himself but what his existence revealed about human nature, about society's failures to protect its most vulnerable, about the capacity for evil that potentially lurks inside any mind if the wrong combinations of factors align. But ultimately, Jeffrey Dahmer's story isn't really about him. It's about 17 people whose lives were stolen, whose potential was erased, whose families were shattered by violence they'd never recover from. It's about Stephen Hicks, who just wanted a ride to a concert. About Conorak Synthesumphone, a child who should have been saved. About Tony Hughes, whose disability made him vulnerable to someone who exploited every weakness. About Eddie Smith, Curtis Straughter, Errol Lindsay, Matt Turner, Joseph Braidhoft. Names that should be remembered for the people they were, not just as entries on a serial killer's victim list. The horror Jeffrey Dahmer inflicted on the world stands as testament to humanity's darkest capabilities. A reminder that monsters don't announce themselves with fangs and claws, but often wear completely ordinary faces, live in unremarkable apartments, smile and make small talk while calculating who to kill next. His crimes force us to confront uncomfortable truths about how easily predators can operate when society doesn't look closely at its margins, doesn't value all lives equally, doesn't listen when people report someone missing just because that someone wasn't wealthy or white or considered important by whatever metrics we use to determine whose lives matter most. 17 families carry wounds that will never fully heal. 17 people died horrible deaths because one person decided his desires mattered more than their right to exist. And while Jeffrey Dahmer himself is gone, the questions his existence raised remain, echoing across decades, demanding answers that may never fully come. How do we recognize monsters before they kill? How do we protect the vulnerable from predators who target them specifically because they're vulnerable? How do we ensure that every missing person, regardless of race or economic status or lifestyle, receives the same urgent attention that might save lives if applied soon enough? These questions have no easy answers, but they demand our continued attention, our refusal to forget, our commitment to ensuring that the systemic failures that enabled Jeffrey Dahmer's killing spree for 13 years never repeat. The victims deserve that much. The ones who came before and could have been saved deserve that much. And the potential victims of future predators, those who might be saved if we learn the right lessons from this horror, they deserve that much too. Jeffrey Dahmer is dead, but his legacy lives on in the scars he left, the families he destroyed, the society he forced to confront its own complicity in creating spaces where such evil could flourish undetected. That's the real horror story. Not just what one man did, but what his ability to do it reveals about all of us, about the world we've built, about the work that remains to build something better, something safer, something that values all lives enough to notice when they're being stolen one by someone we failed to stop. The walls came down that July night in 1991 when Tracy Edwards escaped and ran into the street with a handcuff dangling from his wrist. But the reckoning continues decades later in every conversation about how we fail the vulnerable, how we enable predators through indifference, how we must do better, must be better, must refuse to let such horror occur again while we were busy looking the other way. That's Jeffrey Dahmer's true legacy. Not the monster himself, but the mirror he held up to society, forcing us to see reflections we'd rather ignore, truths we'd prefer to deny, failures we must acknowledge if we ever hope to prevent the next predator from accumulating 17 victims before someone finally pays attention. The story ends with Jeffrey's death, but the responsibility it illuminates continues, demanding our vigilance, our compassion, our commitment to protecting those who can't protect themselves from the monsters that walk among us wearing human faces and ordinary smiles, waiting for the moment when no one's watching to strike again. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 2, The Blood Countess of Chile. She bathed in their screams before she bathed in their blood. 40 bodies buried in silence, but the walls never stopped whispering. We hunt through history for monsters wearing crowns and wielding power, but what happens when the monster is already inside the castle, sleeping in silk sheets, praying in the family chapel? Tonight, we descend into the nightmare of colonial Chile, where a woman named Catalina de los Rios y Lisperger didn't just break the laws of man. She shattered every boundary between human and demon. They called her La Quintrala, the poisonous flower, and for 40 years, she turned her sprawling hacienda into a garden of unspeakable horrors. This isn't a story about justice delayed. This is about evil so patient, so protected by wealth and bloodline, that it fed openly while the world looked away. And when they finally came for her, what they found buried in her gardens would make hardened soldiers vomit in the courtyards. The year was 1604, and Santiago, Chile, suffocated under the weight of the Spanish Empire's iron grip. Somewhere in this colonial pressure cooker, where indigenous blood soaked into the foundations of every grand estate, Catalina de los Rios y Lisperger drew her first breath. But this wasn't just any birth. This was the convergence of two bloodlines so steeped in violence and entitlement that her very existence seemed like a dark prophecy waiting to unfold. Her father, Gonzalo de los Rios, carried the arrogance of Spanish nobility like a second skin. A man who viewed the New World as his personal playground, where indigenous people were nothing more than tools to be used, broken, and discarded. Her mother, Catalina Lisperger, came from a family the locals whispered about in terrified voices after dark. The Lisperger name carried rumors of witchcraft, of rituals performed under moonless skies, of servants who disappeared and were never spoken of again. When these two families merged, they didn't create a union, they forged a crucible for something monstrous. Little Catalina grew up in the Hacienda La Ligua, a sprawling estate that stretched across the valley like a kingdom unto itself. The main house rose from the earth like a monument to colonial excess. Thick adobe walls, dark wooden beams harvested from forests cleared by enslaved hands. Rooms that seemed to multiply the deeper you ventured inside. The hacienda wasn't just a home. It was a world completely unto itself, isolated from any oversight, any law, any consequence. Here, the de los Rios family ruled absolutely, and what happened within those walls stayed within those walls. From her earliest memories, Catalina absorbed the casual cruelty that permeated every corner of her childhood. She watched her father beat servants unconscious for the crime of moving too slowly, for the offense of meeting his eyes, for the inexcusable sin of being indigenous in their own land. She observed her mother's cold indifference to human suffering, the way Catalina Lisperger would sip her wine while indigenous women wept in the kitchens, their children torn from their arms to be sent who knows where. And young Catalina didn't recoil from this darkness. She leaned into it, studied it, made it her own. But there was something else growing inside her, something that went far beyond learned behavior or environmental conditioning. Former servants who survived their time at La Ligua would later testify about the child Catalina, and their accounts paint a portrait of pathology so pure it seems almost supernatural. At 6 years old, she would catch insects and pull them apart slowly, methodically, watching them struggle with an intensity that made grown adults uncomfortable. By 8, she had graduated to small animals, chickens, cats, anything she could get her hands on when no one was watching. She would hide their mutilated bodies in the garden, creating little graveyards that the groundskeepers would discover with mounting horror. Her beauty emerged as she entered adolescence, and it was the kind of beauty that seemed designed to deceive. Cascading red hair that caught the sunlight like flames, green eyes that could shift from seductive warmth to reptilian coldness in a heartbeat, and features so aristocratically perfect they could have been carved from marble by a master sculptor. Men stumbled over themselves in her presence, their higher reasoning dissolving under the weight of their desire. But there was something predatory in the way she wielded this beauty, something calculated and cold. She learned early that her appearance was a weapon far more effective than any blade, a mask that could hide the abyss behind her eyes. The whispers started when she was barely 13. Servants began disappearing from the hacienda with disturbing regularity. At first, the family explained it away. People ran off, people died from disease, people simply moved on to other positions. But the pattern was too consistent, too frequent, and those who remained started noticing things. Strange sounds echoing from the locked rooms in the East Wing. Blood-stained clothing burned in the courtyard fires. The way young Catalina would emerge from certain rooms with a flush in her cheeks and a light in her eyes that suggested pleasure derived from unspeakable acts. Her formal education followed the standards expected of Spanish colonial nobility. Private tutors taught her to read and write in both Spanish and Latin. She learned the rituals and prayers of the Catholic Church, could recite scripture with the devotion of a saint. She studied music and embroidery and all the refined arts expected of a woman of her station. But there was another education happening simultaneously, one conducted in the shadows of the hacienda's many rooms. Her mother, recognizing something of herself in her daughter, began teaching Catalina the family's darker knowledge. Poisons extracted from native plants, their effects described in clinical detail. Methods of inflicting pain that maximize suffering while minimizing visible evidence. And perhaps most importantly, the art of maintaining appearances, of wearing respectability like armor while indulging the darkness within. By 15, Catalina had already cultivated a reputation that split along class lines. To the Spanish elite of Santiago, she was a prize, beautiful, wealthy, cultured, and connected to one of the most powerful families in Chile. Her occasional eccentricities were dismissed as the passionate nature of a spirited young woman, nothing that a good marriage wouldn't temper. But among the indigenous servants, among the mixed-race workers, among everyone who existed below the colonial hierarchy's upper echelons, her name was spoken with the same dread reserved for natural disasters. They knew what she was capable of because they had seen it, survived it, or knew someone who hadn't. The hacienda itself seemed to absorb and reflect her malevolence. The building developed a reputation for sounds that couldn't be explained. Screams that seemed to come from nowhere, sobbing that echoed through empty halls, the sound of dragging footsteps in the middle of the night. Workers began refusing to enter certain sections of the estate after dark. They spoke of cold spots that appeared in the summer heat, of shadows that moved independently of any light source, of a presence that pressed down on them like a physical weight when they ventured too close to Catalina's private chambers. Her father, Gonzalo, watched his daughter's transformation with a mixture of pride and unease. He had created a monster through his own example, and now that monster was growing beyond his control. There were moments when he would catch her studying him with those cold green eyes, and he would feel something he hadn't experienced in decades, fear, not of physical harm, but of something far more profound. The recognition that his daughter had surpassed him in cruelty, that she had taken everything he had taught her about power and dominance and evolved it into something purer, more absolute. The extended family network that connected the De Los Rios clan to other powerful Spanish families throughout Chile began to notice the darkness emanating from La Ligua. Relatives who visited would leave earlier than planned, making excuses that fooled no one. Catalina's cousins, some of whom were relatively decent people trapped in the colonial system, started avoiding family gatherings if they knew she would attend. And the few who tried to confront her about the rumors, who attempted to appeal to any shred of humanity that might exist within her, found themselves looking into eyes completely devoid of empathy, conscience, or remorse. Marriage proposals began arriving when Catalina turned 16, because despite everything whispered about her beauty and dowry made her irresistible to ambitious men. But she rejected them all with a disdain that bordered on contempt. She had already understood something that would define her entire existence. Marriage would mean submission to a husband's authority, restrictions on her freedom, interference in her pleasures. And Catalina de los Rios y Lisperger had no intention of ever submitting to anyone or anything. She had tasted absolute power within the walls of La Ligua, and she would kill anyone who tried to take it from her. The indigenous communities surrounding the hacienda began incorporating warnings about La Quintrala into their oral traditions. Parents would frighten misbehaving children with threats that the red-haired demon would come for them. Shamans and spiritual leaders spoke of an evil presence at La Ligua that disturbed the natural balance, a darkness so concentrated it was poisoning the very land. They performed rituals at a distance, trying to contain the malevolence, but their efforts felt like trying to dam a river with paper. And through it all, Catalina moved through her days with a serenity that was itself disturbing. She would attend Mass at the family chapel with perfect devotion, her prayers appearing sincere, her participation in religious ceremonies beyond reproach. Then she would return to the hacienda and spend her afternoons torturing servants in rooms specifically designed for that purpose. The cognitive dissonance didn't trouble her because she had no conscience to disturb. Religion was simply another tool, another mask, another method of maintaining the social camouflage that allowed her to operate freely. By the time she reached 18, the transformation was complete. Catalina de los Rios y Lisperger had evolved from a disturbed child into something far more dangerous. A fully realized predator with unlimited resources, absolute power within her domain, and not a single internal restraint on her actions. The hacienda had become her hunting ground, the servants her prey, and the isolation of colonial Chile her perfect cover. And she was just getting started. The marriage happened in 1622, and it was a transaction as cold as Catalina's heart. Alonso Campofrio y Carvajal, a Spanish military officer with more ambition than sense, believed he was marrying into wealth and beauty. What he actually married was a nightmare that would consume his entire existence. The wedding itself was a spectacle of colonial grandeur. Elaborate ceremonies in Santiago's cathedral, celebrations that lasted for days, an appearance of legitimacy and respectability that satisfied society's requirements. But everyone who witnessed the union noticed something profoundly wrong with the bride. She moved through the ceremonies with mechanical precision, her smiles timed perfectly but never reaching her eyes, her responses appropriate but somehow hollow. Several guests would later admit they felt inexplicable dread whenever she looked directly at them. The newlyweds returned to the expanded hacienda at La Ligua, and Alonso's illusions shattered within weeks. His wife wasn't just uninterested in him. She was openly contemptuous. She made it brutally clear that his authority as her husband existed only on paper, that any attempt to exercise control over her would end catastrophically for him. The first time he tried to assert himself, tried to question her about screams he heard echoing through the estate at night, Catalina looked at him with such pure malice that he physically stepped backward. And then she smiled, that terrible smile that never touched her eyes, and told him that if he ever questioned her again, he would discover exactly what made those screams. Alonso learned to stay in his section of the hacienda, to drink himself into oblivion most nights, to pretend he didn't hear what he heard or know what he knew. He became a ghost in his own home, haunting the edges of Catalina's kingdom, sustained only by his cowardice and his gradually disintegrating sanity. The servants pitied him, this broken man who had walked willingly into hell, but they pitted themselves more because Catalina's marriage had somehow made everything worse. Marriage was supposed to civilize her, to redirect her energies into acceptable channels of wife and eventually mother. Instead, it simply removed the last external restraint on her behavior. With a husband too terrified to interfere and parents who had long since stopped pretending to control her, Catalina transformed the hacienda into her own private torture chamber. She began by redesigning certain rooms, adding soundproofing measures that were remarkably sophisticated for the era. She installed chains and restraints into the walls of her favorite chambers, created storage areas for instruments whose purposes made experienced blacksmiths refuse to work on them, and established a network of secret passages that allowed her to move through the estate undetected. The hacienda became a labyrinth designed by a predator, every architectural choice serving her dark purposes. The victims multiplied with horrifying speed. Catalina's targets followed a pattern that revealed the methodical nature of her depravity. She preferred young indigenous women and girls, people whose disappearances would generate minimal investigation from colonial authorities who barely considered them human. She would select them carefully, studying them for days or weeks before making her move, savoring the anticipation. And when she finally took them, when she locked them into those specially prepared rooms, she would spend hours or sometimes days exploring the limits of human suffering. Survivors who eventually escaped or were released described scenes that seemed lifted from hell itself. Catalina didn't just hurt people. She studied their pain with scientific precision. She would inflict specific injuries and then observe the results, taking notes with the detachment of a natural philosopher conducting experiments. She explored which tortures produced which screams, how long someone could endure specific agonies before losing consciousness, the precise point at which hope died in their eyes. And she derived pleasure from all of it, a sexual and psychological gratification that increased proportionally with her victim's suffering. The poisoning began as an extension of her torture but evolved into its own dark art. Catalina had inherited her family's extensive knowledge of toxic plants, and she expanded on it obsessively. She cultivated a garden of deadly flora behind the hacienda's walls, hemlock and belladonna, castor beans and oleander, native Chilean plants whose toxic properties indigenous healers had carefully documented. She would test these poisons on servants, observing their effects with clinical interest. Slow-acting toxins that produced days of excruciating symptoms. Fast-acting compounds that killed in minutes. Poisons that mimicked disease so convincingly that even doctors couldn't detect them. Her father became one of her victims, though the murder was so skillfully executed that most people attributed it to natural causes. Gonzalo de los Rios had grown increasingly concerned about Catalina's activities, not from moral horror but from practical worry that she would eventually provoke consequences even their wealth couldn't deflect. He made the fatal mistake of threatening to disinherit her, to impose restrictions on her behavior. Within a month, he was dead, his symptoms consistent with a stroke, but his actual death caused by a poison Catalina had been perfecting for years. She attended his funeral with appropriate displays of grief, collected her inheritance, and now owned the hacienda outright with no parental oversight whatsoever. The killing room. That's what the servants called the chamber in the East Wing, though never in Catalina's hearing, became the center of her existence. The walls absorbed decades of screams until they seemed to echo with them even when empty. Blood stained the floorboards so deeply that no amount of scrubbing could remove it. The air in that room carried a permanent scent of copper and fear, a smell so distinctive that people could identify it with their eyes closed. Catalina would spend entire days in there, emerging only for meals or religious services, her face flushed with exertion and satisfaction. But torture wasn't her only method of killing. Catalina maintained an appearance of respectability that required more subtle approaches to her homicidal impulses. Servants who displeased her might find themselves victims of accidents, falling downstairs, crushed by carelessly stacked supplies, trampled by horses that had been deliberately startled. She became expert at creating scenarios where deaths appeared accidental or attributable to the inherent dangers of hacienda life. The colonial authorities, such as they were, never investigated too closely. The deaths of indigenous servants didn't warrant serious attention from Spanish officials who were often guests at Catalina's elaborate dinner parties. Her husband Alonso died in 1625, just 3 years into their nightmarish marriage. The official cause was a fever, but everyone who knew the situation understood the truth. Catalina had tired of him, tired of his presence in her house, tired of the legal complications his existence created. She poisoned him slowly over weeks, enjoying his gradual deterioration. As he lay dying, she would visit his chambers and describe in detail what she had done to him, how the poison was destroying his organs, exactly how much longer he had to live. Alonso's final words, witnessed by a priest she had summoned to administer last rites, were a warning about his wife that the priest promptly suppressed, too terrified of Catalina's wealth and power to repeat them. Now a widow, Catalina's freedom became absolute. Widowhood in colonial Chile granted women certain legal autonomies that wives lacked. She could manage her own property, make her own financial decisions, live without male oversight. For someone like Catalina, it was paradise. She closed the hacienda to most visitors, creating an isolated fortress where her activities could proceed without any pretense of normalcy. The few people allowed inside were either complicit in her crimes or too terrified to speak about what they witnessed. The torture evolved in sophistication and depravity. Catalina began incorporating elements she learned about from the Inquisition's methods, ironically derived from the same Catholic church she attended faithfully every Sunday. She studied historical accounts of execution and torture, learning techniques from medieval Europe and adapting them to her purposes. She experimented with combinations of physical and psychological torment, discovering that breaking someone's mind produced satisfaction equal to breaking their body. Some of her victims went mad before they died, their sanity shattered by relentless psychological torture that Catalina calibrated with the precision of a master craftsman. The hacienda's servant population became a revolving nightmare. People would be hired with promises of reasonable wages and treatment, only to discover the reality once they were isolated at La Ligua. Some tried to escape and were hunted down by Catalina personally, on horseback with dogs. Those recaptured faced fates that made the other servants pray for death to come quickly to them instead. The smarter ones endured silently, kept their heads down, and prayed they would be among the survivors when their term of service ended. But survival was never guaranteed, because Catalina's selection of victims followed no predictable pattern. You could be perfect in your service and still find yourself dragged to that room in the East Wing because she liked the color of your hair or didn't like how you looked at her. Local indigenous communities began organizing efforts to document Catalina's crimes, collecting testimony from survivors, recording the names of the disappeared. But their efforts went nowhere because colonial justice simply didn't care. The authorities existed to protect Spanish interests and maintain colonial order, not to investigate crimes against indigenous people committed by the Spanish elite. Complaints vanished into bureaucratic voids. Witnesses found themselves threatened or worse. And Catalina continued operating with complete impunity, protected by a system designed to serve people exactly like her. The really terrifying aspect of Catalina's operation was its scale. We're not talking about a handful of victims over decades. Estimates suggest she killed at least 40 people and tortured countless more. 40 confirmed bodies, though the actual number was likely much higher. Some victims were buried in the gardens. Others were disposed of in the property's more remote sections. A few were burned, their ashes scattered where no one would find them. The hacienda became a graveyard masquerading as an estate. Every beautiful garden and elegant room built on top of layers of suffering and death. The year 1630 marked the beginning of Catalina's unraveling, though she didn't recognize it yet. Her sense of invulnerability had become so complete that she had stopped taking even basic precautions. The screams from the hacienda were now audible to neighboring properties. Bodies were being discovered with increasing frequency. And most dangerously, she had begun targeting people with connections to more influential families, people whose disappearances couldn't be quite so easily dismissed. Her compulsion had grown beyond her ability to control it, and that loss of control would eventually destroy her. The first crack in her armor came from an unexpected direction: the Catholic Church. A young priest named Juan de Gatica began hearing confessions from servants who had escaped La Ligua, and what they told him shattered his faith in humanity. These weren't vague accusations or rumor-mongering. These were detailed, consistent accounts of specific atrocities, described by people who bore the physical and psychological scars to prove their truthfulness. Father de Gatica, to his credit, didn't dismiss these confessions or absolve them into silence. He began documenting them meticulously, creating a record that would eventually form the foundation of the case against Catalina. But even a priest's testimony wasn't enough to move colonial authorities against someone of Catalina's status. The Santiago elite circled their wagons around one of their own, dismissing the accusations as the fantasies of ignorant servants trying to defame their betters. Catalina herself attended more social functions, made generous donations to the church, and maintained her facade of pious respectability. She appeared genuinely unbothered by the whispers, secure in her belief that wealth and bloodline made her untouchable. And for years, she was absolutely right. The turning point came in 1638, when Catalina made her most catastrophic mistake. She fell into a violent rage with a young servant girl named Fernanda, the daughter of a mixed-race woman who had connections to a minor Spanish official. The girl had committed some trivial offense. Spilled wine, moved too slowly, we'll never know the exact trigger. But Catalina's response was anything but trivial. She beat Fernanda so savagely, in front of multiple witnesses, that the girl died within hours. And Catalina, high on her own impunity, didn't even try to hide it. She ordered the body dumped in a shallow grave and went about her day as if nothing had happened. Fernanda's mother, a woman named Maria, refused to let her daughter's death go unavenged. She went to the authorities with a determination born of absolute desperation. She prostrated herself before officials, begged audience with anyone who might listen, and refused to be dismissed or intimidated. Her persistence, combined with Father de Gatica's documentation, finally created enough pressure that the colonial authorities had to at least appear to investigate. An inquiry was opened, though everyone involved expected it would go nowhere. The powerful didn't face justice in colonial Chile. That simply wasn't how the system worked. But Maria had underestimated one crucial factor. There were people in Santiago's power structure who had been waiting for an opportunity like this. Catalina had made enemies over the years, people she had insulted or threatened, families whose relatives had disappeared after visits to La Ligua. These people saw Maria's complaint as their chance to finally act against someone they feared and hated. They began applying pressure through their own networks, leveraging favors and calling in debts, creating a coalition united by their shared desire to see Catalina face consequences. The official investigation, when it finally began in earnest, revealed horrors that shocked even the jaded colonial officials conducting it. The hacienda was searched systematically, and what they found transformed suspicion into certainty. The torture chamber with its instruments and bloodstains, the shallow graves in the gardens, some containing multiple bodies, testimony from dozens of servants who had witnessed atrocities firsthand, documentation of the poisonings, including Catalina's own journals where she had recorded her experiments with clinical detachment. The evidence was so overwhelming that even the most skeptical officials couldn't deny it. Catalina's reaction to the investigation oscillated between rage and disbelief. She couldn't comprehend that the rules she had lived by, that wealth and status placed you above accountability, might not protect her anymore. She alternated between threatening the investigators with her influential connections and trying to bribe them into abandoning the case. When neither approach worked, she attempted to flee, planning to escape to Peru where colonial authorities would have more difficulty pursuing her. But her notoriety had grown too great. Guards arrested her before she could leave Santiago, dragging her from her carriage while she screamed threats and curses that made witnesses cross themselves. The trial became a sensation that captivated all of colonial Chile. The courtroom was packed every day with spectators eager to see the infamous La Quintrala face justice. Witnesses testified about atrocities so horrific that people wept openly in the gallery. Evidence was presented that turned stomachs even in an era accustomed to casual violence. And through it all, Catalina sat with an expression of icy contempt, showing no remorse, No fear, no acknowledgement that she had done anything wrong. Her defense rested primarily on her status, arguing that someone of her breeding and position couldn't possibly have committed these crimes, that the testimony of servants against a Spanish noblewoman should be inadmissible. But the evidence was insurmountable. The prosecution presented a case so comprehensive that even the most sympathetic judges couldn't ignore it. They documented at least 40 murders with specific details. Names of victims, dates when possible, methods of killing, locations of bodies. They demonstrated a pattern of behavior stretching back decades. They presented Catalina's own writings, which revealed a mind completely devoid of empathy or conscience. The defense tried to argue that she was mad, that insanity rather than evil explained her actions. But this argument fell flat when witnesses described her calculated cruelty, her methodical planning, her perfect ability to maintain her facade when it served her purposes. The verdict came in 1645, after a trial that had stretched on for months. Guilty on multiple counts of murder, torture, and poisoning. The judges were explicit in their condemnation, describing Catalina as a monster who had betrayed every principle of Christianity and civilization. The sentence should have been death, hanging, or burning, the standard executions for crimes of this magnitude. But even now, even after everything, her wealth and connections bought her one final reprieve. Influential family members intervened, calling in every favor they had accumulated over generations. The Spanish colonial governor, under immense pressure from the most powerful families in Chile, commuted her sentence to lifetime imprisonment. The punishment, while less than she deserved, was still severe by the standards that applied to Spanish nobility. Catalina was stripped of her properties and wealth, all of it confiscated by the crown. The hacienda at La Ligua was seized and eventually demolished, the ground where it stood considered cursed by locals. She was transported to a convent prison in Santiago, a facility designed for fallen women of noble birth, combining imprisonment with forced religious devotion. The expectation was that she would spend her remaining years in prayer and penitence, isolated from the world she had terrorized. But Catalina de los Rios y Lisberger never showed an ounce of genuine repentance. Guards and nuns at the convent prison reported that she remained arrogant and contemptuous to the end. She refused to confess her sins in any meaningful way, going through the motions of religious observance with obvious insincerity. She would curse the names of those who had testified against her, promising revenge even from behind convent walls. The other prisoners feared her, sensing something fundamentally wrong with her at a level that transcended rational explanation. She existed in isolation, neither reformed nor broken, simply contained. The exact date of her death remains disputed in historical records. Some sources place it in 1662, others as late as 1665. What is certain is that she died in that convent prison, probably in her 60s, having spent her final years in confinement. There were no mourners at her funeral, no elaborate ceremonies for someone who had once been among the most prominent women in colonial Chile. She was buried in an unmarked grave, her location intentionally obscured so that no shrine to her evil could ever be established. The nuns who oversaw her burial reportedly performed additional rituals afterward, trying to ensure that whatever darkness had inhabited Catalina couldn't somehow linger or return. But the story didn't end with her death. The hacienda at La Ligua, even after its demolition, retained a reputation for supernatural activity. Locals reported hearing screams echoing from the empty land where the buildings had stood. Travelers going past at night spoke of feeling overwhelming dread, of sensing eyes watching them from the darkness. The ground itself seemed to reject growth. Areas where bodies had been buried remained barren for generations, nothing willing to take root in soil so saturated with suffering. The name La Quintrala entered Chilean folklore as a cautionary tale and a nightmare figure. Parents would warn misbehaving children that La Quintrala would come for them. The story evolved and mutated over centuries, accumulating supernatural elements, accounts of her ghost haunting various locations, claims that she had made a pact with the devil in exchange for her beauty, legends that portrayed her as something beyond merely human evil. The historical reality was horrific enough without embellishment, But human psychology needed to transform her into something supernatural, something other, because acknowledging that someone fully human could be that evil was too disturbing. Modern forensic psychology would likely diagnose Catalina as a psychopath, someone with no capacity for empathy, no ability to form genuine emotional connections, no internal restraints on behavior. Combined with sadistic tendencies and complete absence of conscience, she represented the most dangerous personality configuration possible. But pathologizing her feels insufficient, doesn't fully capture the magnitude of what she was. She wasn't just a serial killer. She was a walking atrocity, someone who turned human suffering into her primary source of satisfaction and did so for 40 years with complete impunity. The most disturbing question remains unanswered. How many more Catalinas existed in colonial Latin America, protected by the same systems of wealth and power, leaving behind graveyards of the powerless that were never investigated, never documented, never avenged? The colonial system created perfect conditions for predators like her. Rigid social hierarchies that dehumanized the majority of the population, isolation that prevented oversight, wealth that bought impunity, and institutions that existed to protect the powerful rather than deliver justice. Catalina was probably not unique, just unusually well documented. The legacy of Catalina de los Rios y Lisperger extends far beyond her death, infecting Chilean culture and consciousness in ways that persist for centuries later. She has become something more than a historical criminal. She's evolved into a cultural nightmare, a dark mirror reflecting the cruelties embedded in colonial society and the monsters those cruelties could create. But beyond mythology and folklore, the actual impact of her crimes deserves examination, because the suffering she inflicted was real, permanent, and multiplied across generations. The immediate victims, those 40 confirmed deaths and countless more tortured survivors, represent only the surface of the devastation. Each person she killed had families, communities, loved ones who were destroyed by their loss. Indigenous communities around La Ligua were traumatized for generations, carrying intergenerational trauma that manifested in ways both obvious and subtle. Survivors lived with physical scars and psychological damage that no treatment existed to address. Children grew up hearing their parents' screams from the hacienda. Entire family lines were eliminated when Catalina killed every member she could get her hands on. The economic impact rippled through the region. The hacienda at La Ligua had employed hundreds of people, and its confiscation and demolition eliminated those economic connections. But more than that, Catalina's crimes created such terror that indigenous people actively avoided the region, understanding that colonial society would not protect them from Spanish predators. This migration pattern altered settlement and development across the region in ways historians are still documenting. Fear became a factor in economic decisions, in where people chose to live and work, in what risks they were willing to take. The institutional failure represented by Catalina's 40-year reign of terror revealed fundamental rot at the heart of colonial justice. Spanish officials who had ignored decades of complaints, who had dismissed indigenous testimony as inherently unreliable, who had prioritized protecting Spanish nobility over basic human decency, all of them bore responsibility for the atrocities they enabled. The system wasn't just broken. It was designed to produce outcomes exactly like this. Catalina was a symptom of colonial violence, not an aberration from it. She simply personalized and concentrated the cruelty that the system inflicted systemically. The Catholic Church's complicity in protecting Catalina for so long damaged its credibility in ways that reverberated through Chilean society. The same institution that claimed moral authority, that positioned itself as the guardian of civilization and Christian virtue, had harbored a monster in its midst because she came from the right family and made generous donations. Father de Gatica became a controversial figure precisely because he prioritized justice over institutional loyalty, choosing to document crimes that powerful churchmen would have preferred to suppress. His actions represented the exception that proved the rule. Institutional self-interest typically overwhelmed moral obligation. The forensic details recovered during the investigation remain among the most horrific in the historical record of serial crime. The torture chamber contained instruments whose purposes made experienced investigators physically ill. Victims' remains showed evidence of prolonged suffering, of torture sessions that had extended over days or weeks. Some bodies had been systematically dismembered while the victims were still alive, suggesting experimentation rather than simple murder. Catalina's journals included sketches depicting various torture scenarios, drawn with artistic skill that made their content even more disturbing. Beauty combined with absolute evil in images that investigators struggled to look at. The poison garden she had cultivated represented a level of sophistication in toxicology that was remarkable for the era. Botanists examining the site found over 30 different toxic species, some of them cultivated through careful breeding to enhance their deadly properties. She had created hybrid strains of poisonous plants, experimenting with cross-pollination to produce more potent toxins. Her notes documented the effects of various compounds with scientific precision, describing symptoms, timeframes, and lethality rates. In another context, with different intentions, this work might have represented legitimate medical research. In Catalina's hands, it was simply a more refined method of killing. The psychological torture she inflicted often exceeded the physical in its cruelty. Survivors described scenarios where Catalina would promise freedom if they endured specific torments without screaming, then torture them until they broke their silence, then laugh at them for failing and continue the torture as punishment. She would force victims to watch others being tortured, describing in detail what would happen to them next, letting anticipation multiply their terror. She would grant brief reprieves, letting hope flicker back to life, then crush it again with renewed violence. The psychological warfare was as calculated as the physical torture, designed to destroy not just bodies but souls. Modern psychological analysis of Catalina's case identifies several factors that contributed to her pathology. Childhood exposure to normalized violence certainly played a role, teaching her that cruelty was not just acceptable but expected from people of her class. The complete lack of consequences for early antisocial behavior allowed her pathology to develop unchecked, to evolve from disturbed child to full psychopath without intervention. The colonial social structure gave her absolute power over certain populations, providing both opportunity and victim pool. And some inherent neurological or genetic factors likely predisposed her toward psychopathy, providing the foundation on which environment built a monster. But purely clinical analysis feels inadequate when confronting evil of this magnitude. The term psychopath explains the mechanism but doesn't capture the full horror of what Catalina became. She wasn't just someone who lacked empathy. She actively cultivated cruelty as an art form, refining her methods over decades, deriving not just satisfaction but meaning from the suffering she inflicted. Her entire existence revolved around domination and destruction, and she pursued these goals with the dedication most people reserve for creative or spiritual pursuits. In a very real sense, torture was her vocation, her calling, the thing that made her feel most alive. The testimony from survivors provides the most haunting window into her psychology. One woman who endured 3 months of captivity before escaping described Catalina's face during torture sessions. Not twisted with rage or flushed with sadistic excitement, but calm, almost serene, like someone engaged in meditation. The screams of her victims provided the soundtrack to what appeared to be a transcendent experience for Catalina, moments when she felt most connected to her truest self. Another survivor recounted how Catalina would sometimes stop mid-torture to pray, asking God to witness what she was doing, as if seeking divine approval for her atrocities. The complete disconnect between religious observance and moral behavior wasn't hypocrisy in the conventional sense. She genuinely didn't perceive any contradiction between worshiping God and torturing innocents to death. The question of whether Catalina experienced any genuine human emotion remains debated among historians and psychologists. She never married again after Alonso's death, never formed apparent friendships, showed no capacity for love in any recognizable form. But she did experience rage. Explosive, terrifying rage that erupted when servants failed to meet her standards or when anyone questioned her authority. This rage wasn't reactive emotion so much as fury at the audacity of inferiors not recognizing her absolute dominance. She also experienced pleasure intensely and frequently, but only in contexts involving power and pain. The closest thing to a relationship in her life might have been her connection to her mother, but even that appeared more like recognition between two predators than anything resembling maternal love. Her sexuality remains one of the most disturbing aspects of her pathology. Multiple testimonies described her deriving obvious sexual gratification from torture, though she never physically assaulted victims in conventional sexual ways. The connection between violence and arousal was intrinsic to her psychology. The two so intertwined they couldn't be separated. Some modern forensic psychologists have suggested she experienced a rare paraphilia where sexual satisfaction requires causing extreme suffering, a condition so severe that conventional sadism seems mild by comparison. She couldn't experience pleasure without pain. Someone else's pain, inflicted by her hands, witnessed by her eyes. The fate of her wealth after conviction reveals another layer of colonial injustice. The confiscated properties and assets should have been distributed as compensation to victims' families, but that never happened. Instead, the colonial government absorbed everything, distributing portions to officials who had conducted the investigation and selling other assets to Spanish families. The indigenous victims who had suffered under Catalina's torture, the families of those she had murdered, received nothing. Even in punishment, the system prioritized Spanish interests over indigenous justice. The message was clear: crimes against indigenous people were prosecutable when convenient, but those same people had no right to restitution or compensation. The convent prison where Catalina spent her final years had a reputation long before she arrived. It housed fallen women from Spanish nobility, adulteresses, women who had killed their husbands, those who had violated social norms in ways that required confinement rather than execution. But none of the other prisoners came close to Catalina's level of depravity. The nuns who supervised the facility kept her in relative isolation, understanding that her presence contaminated everything around her. Other prisoners reported that being near her felt physically wrong, that the air seemed heavier in her presence, that nightmares intensified when they occupied cells near hers. Letters she wrote during her imprisonment, some of which survive in church archives, reveal no growth, no redemption, no evolution toward anything resembling humanity. She complained constantly about the conditions of her confinement, outraged that someone of her birth had been reduced to living like a common criminal. She blamed everyone but herself. The servants who had testified against her were liars motivated by jealousy and spite. The investigators were pursuing her because of personal grudges. The judges had been bribed by her enemies. She wrote about her victims with contempt, describing them as weak, pathetic creatures who had deserved their fates. If anything, imprisonment seemed to concentrate her malevolence, distilling it into pure hatred with no outlet except her letters. The few visitors she received during imprisonment came away disturbed. A priest assigned to hear her confessions reported that she would mock the sacrament, confessing sins with obvious pride rather than remorse, describing tortures in detail that seemed designed to shock him rather than seek absolution. A distant relative who visited out of family obligation left shaking, later writing that Catalina's eyes seemed to contain an abyss where a soul should reside. The consensus among those who encountered her during these final years was that prison had changed nothing fundamental about who she was. It had simply removed her ability to act on her impulses. Her death, when it finally came, generated mixed reactions in Santiago. Some viewed it as divine justice delayed but ultimately delivered. Others worried that death released her to potentially cause supernatural harm, fears that weren't entirely irrational given the widespread belief in spirits and curses. The Catholic Church performed last rites despite her documented lack of genuine repentance, maintaining the technical protocols even when the spiritual prerequisites were clearly absent. The burial happened quickly and quietly, with minimal ceremony, everyone involved eager to close this chapter of Chilean history. But chapters written in blood never really close. The land around the former hacienda at La Ligua remained notorious for centuries. Agricultural attempts consistently failed in areas where bodies had been buried, the soil seemingly poisoned beyond recovery. Construction projects in the region would uncover additional remains well into the 20th century. Anonymous bones that might have been Catalina's victims or might have predated her, impossible to identify after so much time. Each discovery would resurrect the stories, remind people of the atrocities that had occurred there, keep the nightmare alive in collective memory. Chilean literature and folklore absorbed the La Quintrala story, transforming it in countless retellings. Some versions portrayed her as a witch who had made pacts with demonic forces, explaining her evil through supernatural rather than human terms. Others focused on her beauty as a warning about the deceptiveness of appearances, creating a cautionary tale about trusting outer charm over inner character. More recent academic treatments have contextualized her within the broader violence of colonialism, analyzing how colonial structures created conditions where predators like Catalina could thrive. Each generation finds new meaning in her story, new lessons to extract from the horror. The feminist analysis of Catalina presents complicated questions about women, power, and violence. Some scholars argue that discussing her within feminist frameworks risks excusing her atrocities by attributing them to patriarchal oppression. Others contend that understanding how colonial patriarchy shaped even its most monstrous women provides crucial insight into systemic violence. Catalina certainly suffered under patriarchal restrictions. Her marriage to Alonso was transactional. Her inability to inherit in her own right initially frustrated her ambitions. The very trial that convicted her was conducted entirely by men who viewed women as inherently inferior. But she also weaponized the privileges patriarchy granted to Spanish noblewomen, using her protected status to commit atrocities that would have been impossible for someone without her class position. The comparative analysis between Catalina and other historical serial killers reveals both similarities and unique factors. Like Elizabeth Bathory, the Hungarian countess accused of torturing hundreds of young women, Catalina operated within an aristocratic context that initially protected her from accountability. Like Gilles de Rais, the French nobleman who murdered numerous children, she combined genuine religious devotion with horrific crimes without experiencing cognitive dissonance. But Catalina's 40-year timeline exceeds most documented serial killers, suggesting either remarkable discipline in avoiding detection or a level of social protection that surpassed even other noble predators. The colonial context provided unique cover. Victims whose lives were considered worthless by the dominant society, vast isolated properties beyond oversight, and legal systems designed to protect perpetrators rather than victims. Modern forensic anthropology has attempted to locate and analyze remains from the La Ligua site, hoping to bring scientific methodology to historical atrocities. These excavations, conducted in the late 20th and early 21st centuries, uncovered evidence supporting the historical accounts. Skeletal remains showing signs of extreme trauma. Bones broken and healed multiple times suggesting prolonged torture. Cut marks consistent with torture and dismemberment. Evidence of malnutrition indicating captivity. DNA analysis of some remains has identified indigenous ancestry, confirming testimony that Catalina primarily targeted indigenous victims. These scientific findings have transformed the story from potentially exaggerated folklore into documented historical reality. The psychological impact on Chilean national identity remains complex. La Quintrala represents the darkest aspects of colonial heritage: Spanish brutality, racial hierarchy, the complete devaluation of indigenous life. But she also provides a focal point for historical reckoning, a clear example of colonial evil that Chileans can acknowledge and condemn without the ambiguity that surrounds many colonial figures who combined atrocities with nation-building. Confronting the Catalina story requires confronting uncomfortable truths about whose lives were valued, whose suffering was ignored, and how the foundations of modern Chile were built on systematic violence. Educational curriculum in Chile now includes the La Quintrala case as part of teaching colonial history, though how it's presented varies widely. Some textbooks treat her as an aberration, an individual monster whose crimes shouldn't reflect on colonial society broadly. More critical approaches contextualize her within systemic colonial violence, analyzing how the structures that enabled her also enabled countless other atrocities. The debate over how to teach this history reflects broader tensions about national identity, historical responsibility, and the legacy of colonialism in contemporary Chilean society. Tourist interest in La Quintrala sites has created ethical dilemmas about commercializing tragedy. The area around the former hacienda attracts dark tourism enthusiasts, people fascinated by true crime history who want to visit locations associated with famous criminals. Local communities have mostly resisted attempts to create formal tourist attractions around Catalina's crimes, viewing such commercialization as disrespectful to victims and their descendants. But unofficial tours happen regardless, guides sharing stories that blend historical fact with sensationalized fiction, perpetuating legends while obscuring the real human suffering behind them. Indigenous communities in Chile have increasingly claimed Catalina's victims as part of their collective ancestral trauma. Ceremonies have been conducted to honor the dead, to acknowledge suffering that colonial society refused to recognize, to assert that those lives mattered even though the system declared them worthless. This reclamation of historical narrative represents a broader movement within indigenous Chilean communities to center their perspectives on colonial history, to tell the story of colonialism from the viewpoint of those who suffered it rather than those who inflicted it. The legal legacy of Catalina's case influenced how colonial authorities approached similar accusations against Spanish nobility in subsequent decades. Her prosecution demonstrated that sufficient evidence and political pressure could overcome class protections, setting a precedent that made other powerful criminals theoretically vulnerable. But this precedent was applied inconsistently at best. Most nobles accused of crimes against indigenous people continued escaping accountability. The Catalina case remained exceptional rather than transformative, a single successful prosecution in a system otherwise designed to perpetuate impunity. Artistic representations of Catalina span centuries and mediums. Colonial-era paintings portrayed her with devils and flames, emphasizing her damnation. 19th-century literature made her a Gothic villain, a monster in human form. 20th-century theater explored her psychology, trying to understand rather than simply condemn. Contemporary films and television series attempt to balance historical accuracy with dramatic narrative, though these productions often face criticism either for sensationalizing her crimes or for humanizing someone who committed such atrocities. Each artistic interpretation reflects its era's concerns and preoccupations, using Catalina's story to explore current anxieties about evil, power, and justice. The spiritual legacy remains perhaps the most persistent. The Catholic Church in Chile performed multiple cleansing rituals on the La Ligua site after demolishing the hacienda, attempting to spiritually decontaminate land saturated with suffering. Indigenous spiritual practitioners conducted their own ceremonies, using traditional methods to address what they perceived as lingering spiritual corruption. Even today, people report unusual experiences near the former hacienda site. Feelings of dread, unexplained sounds, visual phenomena that resist rational explanation. Whether these experiences reflect genuine supernatural activity or psychological projection of historical trauma onto the landscape remains debatable, but their persistence demonstrates how violence this extreme leaves marks that transcend the merely physical. Catalina de los Rios y Lisberger died centuries ago, her body long since returned to dust in that unmarked grave. But the echoes of her crimes continue resonating through Chilean culture, through indigenous memory, through ongoing conversations about justice and accountability. She represents the monster that colonial structures created, protected, and ultimately, after decades of atrocities, failed to adequately punish. Her victims deserve remembrance not as statistics in a horror story, but as human beings whose lives were stolen, whose suffering was real, whose deaths should never have been ignored by the society that could have stopped her at any time. The final lesson of La Quintrala might be this: monsters are made, not born. Catalina's inherent pathology provided the foundation, but colonial society built the monster through its structures of impunity, its devaluation of indigenous life, its protection of Spanish nobility regardless of their crimes. She could only become what she became because the system allowed it, enabled it, and looked away from it for 40 years. The real horror isn't that one woman could be so evil. It's that an entire society could facilitate that evil for so long, and that similar structures of power and impunity continue enabling predators today, their identities and locations different but the fundamental dynamic unchanged. Catalina's bones are dust, but the systems that created her continue adapting, evolving, finding new forms. That might be the most terrifying legacy of all. Not the historical atrocities themselves, but the recognition that the conditions producing such atrocities never entirely disappeared. They're always there, waiting for the next predator to exploit them, the next generation of victims to suffer, the next round of willful blindness from those with the power to stop it. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. The Village That Whispered Back. Blood doesn't always scream. Sometimes it seeps into soil so quietly, the earth itself becomes complicit. 300 miles south of Santiago, a man convinced an entire community that evil wore a familiar face. The devil doesn't always announce himself with fire and brimstone. Sometimes he arrives on horseback, wearing the clothes of a neighbor, speaking the language of salvation while his hands still smell of gunpowder. This is the story of Pedro Maria Nanquipal Alarcón, a name that turned the Araucania region into a graveyard, a man who murdered with such cold precision that investigators would later call him the ghost of Calapulli. But ghosts don't strangle. Ghosts don't shoot point blank. And ghosts certainly don't convince witnesses to forget what they saw. We're descending into the fractured mind of a killer who turned paranoia into a weapon sharper than any blade, where every handshake was a potential death sentence, and trust became the most dangerous thing you could offer. Welcome to the darkest corner of Chilean criminal history, where the hunter became the hunted, and the hunted never saw morning. The year was 1988, and Calapulli was the kind of place where secrets festered beneath polite conversation. Nestled in Chile's Araucania region, this town of weathered faces and wind-beaten farms operated on an unspoken code. You minded your business, worked your land, and asked no questions about the scars your neighbors tried to hide. The Pinochet dictatorship had taught everyone the same brutal lesson. Curiosity could get you killed. Pedro Maria Nanquipal Alarcón understood this lesson better than most. At 43 years old, he moved through Calapulli like smoke through a keyhole, present but never quite solid, noticed but never truly seen. His face carried the deep lines of Mapuche ancestry, weathered by decades of fieldwork and something else, something that lived behind his eyes like a caged animal pacing in the dark. People who dealt with him described a man of few words, but when he did speak, his voice carried an edge that made conversations end quickly. He worked odd jobs, farmhand, laborer, whatever kept coins in his pocket and questions away from his door. His hands were calloused and strong, the kind of hands that could mend a fence or snap a chicken's neck without hesitation. Neighbors noticed he never stayed in one place too long, drifting from one rural property to another, always on the periphery of community life. He attended local gatherings but stood in corners, watching, cataloging, his gaze moving across faces like a predator studying herd movements. What nobody understood, what they couldn't have understood, was that Pedro had constructed an entire mythology inside his skull. Reality and delusion had stopped being separate countries years ago. Now they blended together in a toxic fog where every sideways glance became a threat, every whispered conversation a conspiracy, every stranger a potential executioner sent to eliminate him. The paranoia didn't announce itself with obvious madness. It was subtle, insidious, weaving itself into the fabric of his daily thoughts until he couldn't distinguish between genuine danger and the phantoms his mind manufactured. He began to believe with absolute conviction that people were planning his death. Not metaphorically, not eventually, right now, today, tomorrow, in the dark spaces between heartbeats. He saw it in the way a shopkeeper made change, in how a farmer's wife turned her head when he passed, in the length of time someone held eye contact. Every human interaction became a chess game where he was always 3 moves from checkmate, and the only winning strategy was to eliminate the other players before they made their move. The first murder happened on a Tuesday that smelled of impending rain. The victim's name was one Segundo Kale, a farm worker who made the catastrophic mistake of existing in Pedro's proximity at the wrong psychological moment. They'd been working the same property, sharing the same cramped quarters that landowners provided for seasonal laborers. The accommodations were barely shelter, thin walls that couldn't contain sound, windows that rattled with every gust of wind, floors that creaked and announced every footstep. For weeks, Pedro had been watching Juan. Not obviously, never obviously, but tracking him the way a wolf tracks a deer through winter forest. He noticed when Juan woke, when he ate, when he went to relieve himself behind the barn. He studied the man's routines with forensic precision, looking for the pattern, the vulnerability, the moment when intervention would be cleanest. And he found it. Juan Cale was alone in the workers' quarters when Pedro entered. The sun had dropped below the horizon, leaving that peculiar twilight where shapes lose definition and shadows gain mass. Pedro moved without hesitation, without announcement, without the courtesy of explanation. His hands went around Juan's throat before the man could register what was happening. The attack wasn't frenzied or passionate. It was methodical, efficient, executed with the calm focus of someone performing a necessary task. Juan's eyes went wide with confusion before terror replaced it, his hands clawing at Pedro's forearms, fingernails leaving crescents of broken skin that would later help identify the killer. The struggle lasted less than 3 minutes. Pedro kept pressure consistent, unrelenting, watching the light fade from Juan's eyes with the same detachment a farmer shows when slaughtering livestock. When the body went slack, Pedro didn't panic. He didn't run. Instead, he arranged the corpse with almost tender care, positioning it in a way that suggested natural death, a heart attack perhaps, or a stroke. The illusion wouldn't survive medical examination, but it might buy hours, maybe a full day before anyone raised alarm. He left the quarters as quietly as he'd entered, returning to his own sleeping space where he lay awake listening to the wind push against the roof. His heart rate never elevated. His hands didn't shake. Inside his fractured consciousness, he'd just prevented his own murder. Juan Cale had been part of the conspiracy. Pedro was certain of it, absolutely certain. The way Juan had looked at him that morning during breakfast, that sideways glance that lasted half a second too long, had confirmed everything. It was self-defense, preemptive self-defense, the only logical response to an imminent threat. The body was discovered the next morning when other workers came to wake Juan for the day's labor. The screaming started around dawn, a woman's voice cutting through the morning fog like broken glass. Within hours, carabineros arrived from Calapulli proper, their green uniforms and skeptical faces asking questions that Pedro answered with practiced simplicity. No, he hadn't heard anything unusual. No, he didn't know of anyone who had problems with Juan. No, there hadn't been any arguments or tensions. His voice remained steady, his eyes meeting theirs without flinching, giving them nothing to grab onto. The investigation was perfunctory at best. Rural Chile in 1988 operated under different rules than the cities. Resources were limited, forensic capabilities minimal, and there was an unspoken acceptance that violence sometimes erupted among laborers, usually alcohol-related, usually explainable, rarely worth extensive investigation. Juan Cale had no family demanding justice, no connections that would force authorities to dig deeper. He was filed away as an unsolved death, tragic but not unusual, and life in Calapulli continued its slow rotation. But for Pedro Maria Nancupol Alarcón, Juan's death was merely the first domino. The act of killing hadn't horrified him, it had liberated him. For the first time in years, the voices in his head grew quieter. The paranoia didn't disappear, but it transformed into something more focused, more purposeful. He'd proven to himself that he wasn't helpless, that he could act decisively when the conspiracy closed in. And the conspiracy, his damaged mind assured him, was everywhere. He began to notice patterns that didn't exist. A man who passed him on the road 3 days in a row became a tale, someone following him, monitoring his movements. A woman who served him at the local store and forgot to give him change was actually testing him, seeing if he'd react, confirming his identity for whoever had sent her. The paranoia metastasized from general fear into specific, targeted suspicion. Pedro started making lists in his head. People who looked at him wrong, people who asked too many questions, people who were clearly, obviously, undeniably part of the network designed to eliminate him. His second victim was selected with the same terrible logic. Lorenzo Joaquino was a local resident, who'd had the misfortune of a casual interaction with Pedro weeks earlier. They'd shared a drink at a rural gathering, one of those impromptu celebrations that erupted when work finished early and someone produced a bottle. Lorenzo had been friendly, talkative, asking Pedro about his family, his history, where he'd worked before. Normal questions, the kind strangers ask when trying to fill silence. But to Pedro, each question was an interrogation technique, each smile a mask hiding lethal intent. The murder happened in November, when southern hemisphere spring was reaching towards summer, and the fields around Kalapulli blazed with wild lupins and poppies. Pedro encountered Lorenzo on a remote path between properties, far from witnesses, far from help. They exchanged greetings. Lorenzo friendly and unsuspecting, Pedro already moving through the mechanical steps of what came next. The conversation lasted perhaps 90 seconds before Pedro produced a knife he'd been carrying for weeks, waiting for the right opportunity. Lorenzo's expression shifted from confusion to disbelief to terror in the space of a heartbeat. He tried to run, but Pedro was ready, had been ready, had choreographed this moment in his mind countless times. The blade went in below the ribcage, angled upward, seeking organs with practiced precision. Lorenzo made a sound somewhere between a cough and a scream, his body folding forward as strength abandoned his legs. Pedro withdrew the knife and struck again. Then again, not from rage but from thoroughness, making absolutely certain the threat was neutralized. He left the body in a shallow irrigation ditch, partially concealed by tall grass. The location was isolated enough that discovery might take days, even weeks. By the time Lorenzo Joaquino was found, decomposition and scavenger activity would complicate forensic analysis. Pedro had learned from Juan Cale's death that these rural murders received minimal investigation. The local police lacked resources, training, and frankly, motivation to solve crimes involving transient workers and peripheral community members. And he was right. Lorenzo's death was classified similarly to Juan's. Suspicious but unsolved, tragic but not urgent. The pattern hadn't emerged yet because patterns require someone to look for them, and nobody was looking. Each murder existed in isolation, separate incidents separated by time and circumstance, not yet connected by the thread of Pedro's escalating psychosis. The killings established a rhythm, not frequent enough to create immediate alarm, but consistent enough to feed the dark satisfaction growing inside Pedro's fractured consciousness. Each successful murder reinforced his delusion. If these people hadn't been part of the conspiracy, why hadn't anyone come for him yet? The fact that he remained free proved his actions were justified, necessary, the only reasonable response to the network of enemies surrounding him. The paranoia and the violence fed each other in a closed loop, each murder creating the evidence Pedro needed to justify the next. By the end of 1988, 3 people were dead by his hand, and Pedro Maria Nankipal Alarcon had transformed from a disturbed laborer into something far more dangerous. A serial killer operating in plain sight, protected by rural isolation, limited police resources, and his own ability to appear utterly, convincingly ordinary. The transition into 1989 brought no relief to Kalapulli, only a deepening sense of unease that nobody could quite articulate. People began to notice the absences, workers who'd been around 1 week and vanished the next, familiar faces that stopped appearing at the weekly market, names that came up in conversation with someone always saying, "Haven't seen him in months." But rural Chile operated on transients. People came for harvest, left for other opportunities, drifted between farms and towns following whatever work materialized. Disappearances weren't unusual. They were the landscape. Pedro Maria Nankipal Alarcon had become a ghost in a community of ghosts. He'd perfected the art of forgettability, cultivating an appearance and demeanor so unremarkable that people's eyes slid past him without registering his presence. He worked when work was available, stayed quiet during gatherings, never drew attention through argument or display, and in the spaces between his normal life, he killed. His 4th victim was Segundo Lancan Lemuneo, a man Pedro encountered while both worked on a remote forestry project deep in the Araucania foothills. The work was brutal, clearing undergrowth, hauling timber, 12-hour days that left men too exhausted for conversation. The crew lived in temporary shelters, barely more than tents with wooden frames, scattered across the worksite. Privacy was non-existent, but paradoxically, that made it easier for Pedro. In close quarters, people stopped paying attention to each other's movements. Familiarity bred a dangerous kind of blindness. Segundo made the fatal error of borrowing Pedro's axe without asking. A simple mistake, the kind of casual boundary crossing that happens constantly in shared work environments. But Pedro's damaged psyche transformed the incident into confirmation of hostile intent. Segundo wasn't borrowing a tool. He was testing Pedro's awareness, measuring his reactions, gathering intelligence for whoever controlled him. The axe itself became evidence of the conspiracy. Why would someone need Pedro's specific axe unless they were planning to use it against him? The logic was airtight, inevitable, terrifying in its certainty. Pedro waited until the crew settled for the night. The forest around them was alive with nocturnal sounds, insects creating a constant electric hum, something larger moving through underbrush in the distance, wind pushing through pine branches with a sound like whispered warnings. Segundo was alone near the equipment storage, performing some minor maintenance on a chainsaw. Pedro approached from behind, moving with the silence he'd developed through years of hunting and fieldwork. The murder weapon was a length of heavy chain used for hauling timber. Pedro wrapped it around Segundo's throat and pulled with all the strength decades of manual labor had built into his frame. There was a moment, just a fraction of a second, when Segundo realized what was happening, when his hands flew up and his body went rigid with primal panic. But the chain was already too tight, crushing windpipe and carotid artery, cutting off both air and blood flow to the brain. Segundo's struggles lasted less than a minute before his body went slack, neural systems shutting down from oxygen deprivation. Pedro released the chain and let the body collapse. He stood over it for several minutes, breathing steady, pulse barely elevated, watching to ensure death was complete. Then, with methodical care, he dragged Segundo into the deeper forest, far from the work camp, far from casual discovery. He used fallen branches and forest debris to create a rough concealment, nothing that would fool a deliberate search but enough to prevent accidental discovery by a wandering worker. When he returned to camp, he slipped into his tent without anyone noticing his absence. The next morning, when Segundo failed to appear for work, the crew supervisor asked if anyone had seen him. Pedro shook his head along with everyone else, suggesting maybe Segundo had decided to leave during the night, heading for better opportunities elsewhere. It was plausible. People quit remote forestry work constantly. The pay was inadequate, conditions harsh, isolation complete. Within 2 days, Segundo Loncon Lemuneo had been forgotten by everyone except Pedro, who added him to the internal ledger of prevented attacks. The pattern would have continued indefinitely if not for Carmen Rosa Nankel Colipe. She was different from Pedro's previous victims. A woman, for one thing, but more significantly, someone with family who would notice her absence, who would ask questions, who would demand answers. Carmen worked as a domestic helper for various rural families, moving between properties on a reliable schedule that people could predict. She was known, liked, integrated into the community in ways Pedro's previous victims had never been. Their paths crossed at a property where both happened to be working in February 1989. Carmen was inside the main house, cleaning and preparing meals. Pedro was outside, repairing fencing damaged during recent storms. They barely interacted. A few polite greetings, nothing substantial. But Pedro noticed how Carmen watched him through the kitchen window. Not obviously, not with open suspicion, but with the careful attention of someone gathering information. She would glance his direction, then return to her work, then glance again. Pattern, a systematic observation. His paranoia interpreted this as reconnaissance. Carmen wasn't simply curious. She was documenting his presence, his movements, his habits. She was part of the network, possibly a coordinator, someone responsible for confirming his location and activities. The danger she represented was exponentially higher than his previous victims because her role in the conspiracy was more sophisticated, more embedded in legitimate community structures. She had to be eliminated, but it required more careful planning. He waited until late afternoon when the property owners had gone into town for supplies. Carmen was alone in the house, finishing her day's work. Pedro approached through the back entrance, moving with purpose but not haste. Carmen was washing dishes when he entered the kitchen, her back to the door. She heard him and turned, starting to smile before registering something wrong in his expression, in the way he held his body, in the absolute emptiness of his eyes. She opened her mouth to speak, maybe to ask what he needed, maybe to scream, but Pedro closed the distance too quickly. His hands went to her throat, thumbs pressing against windpipe with crushing force. Carmen fought with desperate intensity, nails raking across his face and arms, feet kicking against his shins, her entire body trying to break free from his grip. But Pedro had size and strength and the complete emotional detachment of someone who'd already committed this act multiple times. He knew how long to maintain pressure, how to position his body to prevent her from generating effective leverage, how to ignore the physical pain of her defensive injuries. Carmen Rosa Nankel Colipe died in that kitchen, her life ending on a floor she just mopped, surrounded by the normalcy of domestic routine. Pedro released her and stepped back, examining the scene with cold calculation. This murder was different. The location was semi-public, the victim would be missed quickly, and he'd left obvious signs of struggle. The scratches on his face and arms would be visible, questionable, potentially incriminating. He spent the next 30 minutes staging the scene, trying to create the impression of a robbery gone wrong. He ransacked cabinets, scattered items, took small valuables that he'd dispose of later. It was crude misdirection, the kind of staging that wouldn't survive serious investigation, but it might buy him time, might redirect initial suspicion toward unknown intruders rather than known workers on the property. When the property owners returned hours later, they found Carmen's body and immediately contacted authorities. This time, the response was different. Carmen had family, brothers, cousins, a network of relatives who immediately began asking hard questions. She had a regular schedule, reliable habits, no reason to become a random crime victim. The carabineros who responded were forced to take this case seriously in ways they'd avoided with previous deaths. Pedro was questioned, as were all workers who'd been on the property that day. He maintained the same performance that had protected him before, calm, cooperative, appropriately concerned but not excessively emotional. Yes, he'd been working outside. No, he hadn't seen any strangers on the property. No, he hadn't heard anything unusual. The scratches on his face, from thorny branches while repairing the fence line. The marks on his arms, same explanation. All perfectly reasonable, all impossible to disprove without forensic evidence that the rural police lacked capacity to gather. But seeds of suspicion had been planted. One investigator, a veteran carabinero named Sargento Rodrigo Munoz, looked at Pedro with eyes that saw past the performance. Munoz had worked these rural areas for 20 years, had developed instincts about people that couldn't be explained or taught. Something about Pedro rang false. Not obviously, not in any specific way he could articulate, but false nonetheless. He made a note in his personal files, a small annotation that would prove crucial later. Nankupal watch. Pedro sensed the scrutiny and understood he needed to disappear. Not immediately, that would confirm suspicion, but gradually, naturally, the way a seasonal worker drifts to new employment. He finished the week at the property, collected his wages, and moved on to another farm 20 kilometers away. Distance and time, he reasoned, would erode whatever mild suspicion might exist. But the killing hadn't stopped, couldn't stop, because in Pedro's fractured reality, leaving one area didn't mean escaping the conspiracy. The network was everywhere, its agents embedded in every community, every farm, every rural gathering. Moving locations simply meant encountering new enemies, new threats that required the same permanent solution. His sixth victim was Jose Segundo Quilulio Malillan, murdered in March 1989 with a brutality that suggested Pedro's psychological deterioration was accelerating. The details were savage. Multiple stab wounds, signs of prolonged violence, the kind of overkill that comes from rage rather than cold calculation. Something in Pedro's internal mechanisms was breaking down, the thin veneer of control eroding under the weight of accumulated murders and intensifying paranoia. Jose's body was found partially buried in a field, inadequately concealed, discovered by a farmer's dog within days of the murder. The forensic evidence this time was substantial: fiber transfer, biological material, physical evidence that could potentially link to a killer if investigators knew where to look. But the connection between these isolated incidents hadn't been established. Each murder still existed as an independent tragedy in a region where tragedy was common, where violence between marginalized workers barely registered in official consciousness. Sargento Munoz, however, was beginning to see a pattern. Carmen's murder had triggered something in his investigative instincts, made him review other recent unexplained deaths in the region. When Jose Caulio's body was discovered, Munoz pulled files from the previous 2 years and spread them across his desk. Juan Cale, Lorenzo Joaquino, Segundo Loncon, Carmen Nankel, Jose Caulio. Different methods, different locations, different circumstances, but all within a concentrated geographic area. All involving rural workers or peripheral community members. All essentially unsolved. He started asking questions that nobody had asked before. Were there common connections? Did these victims know each other? Had any single individual been present in multiple locations when deaths occurred? The investigation was painstaking, complicated by poor record-keeping and the transient nature of rural labor. But slowly, painfully, a name began appearing with disturbing frequency in witness statements and work records: Pedro Maria Nancupal Alarcón. April 1989 brought autumn to southern Chile, the air turning crisp and the leaves on deciduous trees beginning their transformation into gold and crimson. For Sargento Rodrigo Munoz, this seasonal change coincided with a professional transformation, the moment when scattered data points suddenly arranged themselves into a coherent, horrifying pattern. He sat in his small office in Calapulli's police station, surrounded by file folders and handwritten notes, and understood he was looking at the work of a serial killer who'd been operating with complete impunity for over a year. The realization came not from a single piece of evidence, but from the accumulation of absence. Pedro Maria Nancupal Alarcón was a man who existed in the margins of documentation, work records that listed him briefly before he moved on, witness statements where he appeared as a peripheral figure, casual mentions in interviews that barely registered his presence. He was simultaneously everywhere and nowhere, a pattern of negative space that became visible only when Munoz started looking specifically for it. Cross-referencing was tedious work without computers or centralized databases. Munoz had to physically visit various farms and properties, interviewing owners and workers, building a timeline of Pedro's movements over the previous 18 months. What emerged was chilling. Pedro had been present, or in immediate proximity, to every suspicious death Munoz had flagged. Not just coincidentally present, specifically positioned at exactly the right time and place to have committed each murder. But presence wasn't proof. Rural Chile was a small world where workers circulated among a limited number of properties. Coincidental proximity could be explained by economic necessity and geographic concentration. Munoz needed something more concrete, something that would survive judicial scrutiny and convince his superiors that resources should be devoted to investigating a transient laborer with no criminal record. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A woman named Elisa Torres approached the police station in late April with information she'd been reluctant to share. Elisa worked as a cook on one of the larger estates, and she'd known Carmen Nankel well. They'd worked together multiple times, shared meals and stories during long rural days. After Carmen's death, Elisa had been devastated, haunted by questions about why anyone would kill such a gentle, harmless person. She'd also noticed Pedro Maria Nancupal Alarcón. On the day of Carmen's murder, Elisa had been present at the property earlier in the day, leaving before the afternoon when Carmen died. She remembered seeing Pedro watching Carmen through the window, not working, not moving, just standing motionless near the fence line. His gaze fixed on the kitchen where Carmen moved back and forth. The intensity of his attention had struck Elisa as odd at the time, but she dismissed it as idle curiosity or boredom. Now, knowing what happened hours later, the memory had transformed into something sinister. More significantly, Elisa remembered seeing fresh scratches on Pedro's face and arms when she encountered him the next day at a different property. He'd claimed they were from thorny bushes during fence repair, which was plausible. But Elisa, who'd spent her entire life in rural work, recognized the difference between plant scratches and nail marks from defensive struggle. The patterns were wrong, too clustered, too deep, angled in ways that suggested human hands rather than random contact with vegetation. Munoz listened to Elisa's testimony with growing excitement. This was the first direct evidence linking Pedro to suspicious circumstances beyond mere proximity. The scratches could potentially be matched to Carmen's autopsy findings if proper forensic analysis had been conducted, which, frustratingly, it hadn't. Rural forensics in 1989 Chile were rudimentary at best, and Carmen's body had been examined only superficially before being released to family for burial. But the information gave Munoz leverage to push his case forward. He compiled everything he had into a formal report. The timeline of deaths, Pedro's presence at each location, Elisa's eyewitness testimony, the suspicious pattern of disappearances following Pedro's movements. The document was presented to his commanding officer, a career policeman named Capitan Alfonso Herrera who'd been working these rural districts for decades. Herrera was skeptical. Serial killers weren't unheard of in Chile, but they weren't common either, especially not in isolated rural areas. The idea that a Mapuche laborer was systematically murdering people without any clear motive seemed far-fetched, more like the plot of a cheap thriller than actual criminal behavior. He questioned Munoz repeatedly. Could these deaths simply be coincidental? Were they reading patterns into random tragic events? Was the evidence really strong enough to justify the resources required for a formal investigation? Munoz pressed hard. He emphasized Carmen's case specifically, pointing out that her murder showed signs of personal violence, that the staging was crude and unconvincing, that someone with access to the property had clearly committed the crime. He argued that even if only some of the deaths were connected, investigating Pedro could potentially solve multiple cases simultaneously. The conversation stretched over several days, with Herrera ultimately agreeing to authorize a more focused inquiry, though he made clear his continued skepticism. The decision was made to bring Pedro in for formal questioning. The challenge was finding him. He'd moved again since Carmen's death, drifting to another property in a different jurisdiction. Tracking him down required coordination between multiple police stations and conversations with dozens of property owners. The search took nearly 2 weeks, complicated by the fact that they couldn't broadcast their interest too widely without risking Pedro hearing about the investigation and disappearing completely. He was finally located in mid-May 1989, working on a cattle farm north of Calapulli. The arrest was conducted with unusual care. Munoz wanted no mistakes that could compromise prosecution. A team of 4 carabineros arrived at the property in unmarked vehicles, approaching Pedro while he worked in a distant pasture far from witnesses or escape routes. He was taken into custody without incident, showing no resistance, no surprise, no obvious emotional response at all. His face remained expressionless as they informed him of his detention for questioning regarding several deaths in the region. The interrogation began that same evening in a windowless room at Calapulli's police station. Pedro sat across a metal table from Munoz and another investigator, his hands cuffed, his posture relaxed, his eyes moving between the 2 officers with what seemed like mild curiosity rather than concern. Munoz had interrogated countless suspects over his career, but Pedro presented a unique challenge. He displayed none of the typical markers of guilt or anxiety. No nervous movements, no defensive body language, no inconsistencies in his breathing or speech patterns. They started with background questions, establishing basic biographical information. Pedro answered in a flat monotone, providing minimal detail. He'd been born in the region, worked various rural jobs since adolescence, never married, had no close family remaining. His life history was one of extreme transience and isolation, moving between temporary work arrangements with no permanent address or stable connections. It was the kind of existence that left minimal documentation, minimal witnesses, minimal traces of a life being lived. When Munoz shifted to questions about the specific deaths, Pedro's demeanor didn't change. Did he know Juan Cale? Yes, they'd worked together briefly. Lorenzo Joaquino? The name was familiar, maybe they'd met at a gathering. Segundo Loncon, perhaps Pedro encountered many people in his work. Carmen Nankel? Yes, definitely, he'd been working at the property when she was killed. Terrible tragedy. Jose Ciulio? Didn't recall that name. The responses were maddeningly neutral, offering nothing incriminating but also nothing that definitively cleared him. Pedro acknowledged proximity to several victims without showing concern that this might be suspicious. He explained scratches and injuries with reasonable stories that couldn't be easily disproven. When confronted with Elisa Torres's testimony about his behavior toward Carmen, he simply stated he had no memory of watching her through any window, that perhaps Elisa was confused about timing or had mistaken someone else for him. The interrogation extended over 3 days. Munoz varied his approach, sometimes aggressive, sometimes sympathetic, sometimes presenting false evidence to gauge Pedro's reactions. Nothing worked. Pedro maintained absolute consistency in his responses, showing neither the cracks of a guilty man breaking down nor the righteous anger of an innocent man wrongly accused. He existed in some emotional space beyond normal human reactions, answering questions with the effect of someone discussing weather patterns rather than accusations of multiple murders. On the 3rd day, Munoz changed tactics. Instead of focusing on specific victims, he asked about Pedro's worldview, his beliefs about other people, his understanding of danger and threat. This approach finally generated something beyond monotone responses. Pedro began to discuss, cautiously at first, then with increasing detail, his conviction that people meant him harm. He described a universe where everyone was potentially dangerous, where trust was suicide, where survival required constant vigilance and preemptive action. He never explicitly confessed to killing anyone. His language remained abstract, theoretical, discussing self-defense as a general principle rather than specific application. But the pathology became clear. Munoz understood he was interviewing someone whose internal reality bore minimal resemblance to objective truth, someone whose paranoid delusions had created a permission structure for violence that operated completely outside normal moral frameworks. The legal problem was that none of this constituted admissible evidence. Pedro's paranoid worldview wasn't proof of murder. His proximity to victims was suspicious but circumstantial. Elisa's testimony was powerful but singular. One witness describing odd behavior, not actual violence. The physical evidence from the crime scenes was minimal, poorly collected, inadequately preserved. Building a prosecutable case would require much more than Munoz currently possessed. The decision was made to hold Pedro on the strongest case, Carmen Nankel's murder. The evidence there was most substantial: established presence at the scene, suspicious injuries that could plausibly match defensive wounds, witness testimony about unusual behavior. The other deaths would be investigated further, but Carmen's case would be the foundation for prosecution. Pedro was formally charged and transferred to a regional detention facility to await trial. What investigators didn't know was that even in custody, Pedro's paranoia continued evolving. He interpreted his arrest not as justice for crimes committed, but as confirmation that the conspiracy had finally moved against him. The police weren't investigating murders. They were part of the network, executing the long-planned elimination that he'd been fighting against for years. Every question during interrogation was part of the conspiracy. Every guard who walked past his cell was an assassin waiting for opportunity. Every meal delivered might contain poison. In his mind, he hadn't been captured. He'd been moved to a different battlefield where the rules were different, but the war continued. And wars required soldiers to keep fighting, to find any advantage, to strike at enemies before they could complete their plans. The paranoia that had driven him to kill wasn't diminished by concrete walls and locked doors. If anything, confinement intensified it, focused it, transformed it into something even more dangerous. Meanwhile, Munoz and his team continued investigating. They re-interviewed witnesses, searched properties more thoroughly, attempted to reconstruct Pedro's movements over the previous 2 years with precision. Slowly, painfully, additional evidence emerged. A knife found buried near one crime scene that might be linked to Pedro. Testimony from a worker who'd seen Pedro leaving an area shortly before a body was discovered. Small pieces that individually proved nothing but collectively began to weight the scales toward conviction. The case was building, but so was public awareness. News of a potential serial killer in rural Araucania spread through communities that had thought such horrors were urban phenomena. Problems that happened in Santiago or Valparaiso, but never in their isolated farming regions. Fear transformed daily life. Workers became suspicious of each other. Property owners started conducting background checks before hiring. The invisible trust that had allowed rural communities to function dissolved, replaced by surveillance and suspicion. The trial of Pedro Maria Nancupol Alarcón began in November 1989, held in Calipulli's modest courthouse. A building that typically handled property disputes and minor criminal matters, suddenly thrust into hosting what would become one of southern Chile's most notorious murder prosecutions. The courtroom was packed beyond capacity, filled with family members of victims, curious locals, journalists from regional and national media outlets who descended on this rural town like migratory birds drawn to unexpected carrion. Pedro entered the courtroom flanked by guards, moving with the same eerily calm demeanor that had characterized his behavior since arrest. He wore simple civilian clothes, his expression neutral, his gaze moving across the assembled crowd without apparent emotion. When he took his seat at the defense table, his posture was relaxed, hands folded, as if he were attending a community meeting rather than answering to multiple murder charges. The prosecution's case was built primarily on Carmen Rosa Nancupol Colip's murder, with additional evidence presented linking Pedro to at least 4 other deaths. The lead prosecutor, a veteran attorney named Fiscal Marta Sandoval, constructed her argument methodically, piece by careful piece. She understood the challenges. Most evidence was circumstantial. Forensic analysis had been inadequate, and the defendant himself had never confessed to anything specific. But she also understood that patterns tell stories, and Pedro's pattern screamed guilt to anyone willing to see it. Sandoval began with Carmen's case because it was strongest. She presented Elisa Torres as her star witness, and Elisa's testimony carried emotional weight that transcended its technical limitations. Speaking in a voice that trembled but never broke, Elisa described seeing Pedro watching Carmen with an intensity that had disturbed her even before tragedy struck. She detailed the scratches she'd observed on his face and arms the following day, demonstrated with her own hands how the marks suggested defensive wounds rather than incidental contact with vegetation. Under cross-examination, defense attorneys tried to shake her certainty, suggesting she was confusing dates or imposing retroactive significance on innocent memories. But Elisa held firm, her conviction unshakable. The medical examiner who'd performed Carmen's autopsy testified next, explaining the injuries consistent with manual strangulation and the defensive wounds on the victim's hands and arms. He acknowledged under cross-examination that he hadn't collected tissue samples from beneath Carmen's fingernails, a critical forensic failure that might have definitively linked her to her killer. But he stood by his conclusion that Carmen had fought her attacker, that skin cells and possibly blood from her assailant would have been present on her body if proper collection protocols had been followed. Sandoval then broadened the scope, presenting evidence connecting Pedro to the other victims. She called witnesses who'd worked alongside Pedro at various properties, establishing his presence at locations and times corresponding with each death. She introduced property records showing his employment history, creating a geographic and temporal map that overlaid almost perfectly with the pattern of murders. One by one, she built connections that individually seemed circumstantial but collectively formed a web from which reasonable doubt struggled to escape. The testimony of workers who'd known Pedro provided disturbing insights into his psychological state. Several described moments when Pedro had seemed to be watching them with predatory focus, instances where he'd made comments that only made sense in retrospect. One man recalled Pedro asking detailed questions about his daily routines, when he woke, where he went, whether he lived alone. At the time, it had seemed like awkward small talk. Now, recontextualized through the lens of multiple murders, it sounded like reconnaissance, a killer cataloging potential victims and planning optimal approach strategies. Sandoval also presented the investigative work that had ultimately led to Pedro's arrest. Sargento Munoz took the stand and walked the court through his process. The moment he'd recognized a pattern, the painstaking work of confirming Pedro's proximity to each victim, the growing certainty that these deaths weren't random tragedies, but deliberate acts by a single individual. His testimony carried the authority of experience, a career investigator explaining how decades of instinct and analysis had coalesced around one inescapable conclusion. The defense strategy was predictable but necessary. Pedro's attorneys, court-appointed lawyers who'd drawn this assignment with obvious reluctance, argued that proximity wasn't proof, that coincidence wasn't conspiracy, that the prosecution was constructing a narrative from disparate tragic events that had no actual connection. They emphasized the lack of physical evidence directly linking Pedro to any murder. No fingerprints, no DNA analysis, no murder weapons definitively traced to him. They pointed out that rural Chile in the late 1980s was a violent place where disputes between workers frequently escalated to lethal outcomes, where alcohol and poverty created conditions where death was common and often poorly investigated. They also attempted to present Pedro's paranoid worldview as evidence of mental illness rather than criminal intent. If he genuinely believed people were planning to kill him, if his delusions were profound enough to constitute a break from reality, then his actions might be understood as tragic manifestations of disease rather than willful murder. They called a psychiatrist who'd examined Pedro during pretrial detention, a professional who testified that Pedro displayed symptoms consistent with paranoid personality disorder, possibly evolving toward paranoid schizophrenia. The psychiatric evaluation suggested a man whose grip on objective reality was severely compromised, whose internal logic operated according to rules that bore no resemblance to normal human cognition. But Sandoval countered effectively. She argued that mental illness didn't preclude criminal responsibility, that Pedro's actions showed planning and deliberation inconsistent with someone experiencing complete psychotic breaks. He'd hidden bodies, cleaned crime scenes, provided consistent false explanations for suspicious circumstances. These weren't the actions of someone completely divorced from reality. They were the calculated behaviors of someone who understood his actions were criminal and worked to avoid consequences. The paranoia might explain his motivation, but it didn't excuse the methodical way he'd executed his victims and attempted to evade detection. The testimony phase lasted 3 weeks, an eternity for a small-town courthouse and used to such sustained judicial attention. Each day brought new revelations, new pieces of the horrifying puzzle that Pedro represented. Family members of victims attended religiously, sitting in the same seats day after day, their presence a silent accusation that filled the courtroom with palpable grief and rage. Carmen's brothers were particularly visible, their faces locked in expressions of controlled fury, their eyes never leaving Pedro throughout the proceedings. Pedro himself remained an enigma. He sat through testimony implicating him in brutal murders with no visible reaction. When witnesses described finding bodies or detailed the fear they'd felt in his presence, his expression didn't change. When family members wept openly, he showed no sympathy or recognition that their pain had any connection to his actions. The only time he showed animation was when his attorneys asked him directly about his beliefs regarding the conspiracy against him. Then, briefly, his eyes would gain focus and he'd launch into rambling explanations about how everyone was connected, how the network extended into every institution, how even this trial was part of the plan to eliminate him under the guise of legal process. These moments were gold for the prosecution. They demonstrated to the court exactly what kind of mind had committed these killings. Not a mind completely detached from reality, but one that had constructed an elaborate alternative reality where violence wasn't just justified but necessary. Sandoval used Pedro's own words to paint him as a calculating killer who'd found a psychological framework that allowed him to murder without remorse or guilt. The defense's closing argument emphasized reasonable doubt, hammering on the technical weaknesses in evidence collection and the circumstantial nature of most testimony. They argued passionately that convicting a man of multiple murders based primarily on the fact that he'd worked in the same general area as the victims would set a dangerous precedent, that true justice required more concrete proof than the prosecution had provided. Their performance was competent but ultimately felt desperate, lawyers going through necessary motions while knowing their client's fate was already sealed. Sandoval's closing was devastating. She walked the court through each victim chronologically, giving them names and stories beyond their status as murder victims. Juan Cale, who'd left family in another province hoping to earn enough for his daughter's quinceanera. Lorenzo Huayquino, known for his kindness and willingness to help neighbors with difficult work. Segundo Loncon, who'd been saving to buy a small plot of land where he could finally stop working for others. Carmen Nankel, beloved by the families she'd served, remembered for her cooking and gentle manner. Jose Caulio, whose children would grow up without knowing their father. She made each victim real, then systematically connected each death to the man sitting impassively at the defense table. She reminded the court that justice delayed was justice denied, that these rural victims deserved the same thorough investigation and prosecution that urban victims would receive. She concluded by asking the judges. Chilean courts at the time used judicial panels rather than juries for serious criminal cases, to see past the technical limitations of rural forensics and recognize the overwhelming pattern that only one explanation could satisfy. The judicial panel deliberated for 2 days. In that time, Kalapulli existed in suspended tension, everyone aware that a verdict could come at any moment. When the court finally reconvened, the courtroom packed even more densely than before. The 3-judge panel entered with expressions that revealed nothing. The presiding judge, a severe woman in her 50s named Jueza Carolina Pinto, read the verdict in a clear voice that carried to every corner of the room. Guilty, on all counts. 5 murders proven beyond reasonable doubt, with strong suspicion of additional victims that couldn't be definitively confirmed but contributed to the overall pattern of predatory behavior. The courtroom erupted, family members sobbing with relief and grief, some shouting thanks to God, others cursing Pedro directly. He sat motionless through the chaos, his face registering what might have been faint surprise but nothing approaching remorse or fear. Sentencing came a week later. The prosecution sought maximum penalties, arguing that Pedro represented an ongoing danger to any community where he might be placed. The defense made perfunctory arguments for leniency based on mental illness, but their hearts clearly weren't in it. Jueza Pinto sentenced Pedro Maria Nancupol Alarcón to 5 consecutive life sentences, effectively guaranteeing he would die in prison regardless of how long he lived. Pedro was transferred to Concepcion Prison, a maximum security facility equipped to handle Chile's most dangerous criminals. His adjustment to prison life was unremarkable. He kept to himself, spoke rarely, displayed no interest in programs or activities. Other inmates learned quickly to avoid him, not because he was violent within the prison, but because conversation with him was unsettling, circular, filled with paranoid accusations about guards and conspiracies that never quite made sense but also never fully resolved. Guards who worked his cell block reported that Pedro would sometimes spend hours staring at walls, occasionally speaking to himself in Mapudungun, the indigenous language of his Mapuche heritage. When asked what he was saying, interpreters explained he was recounting grievances, listing names of people who'd wronged him, explaining to invisible listeners why his actions had been necessary for survival. Even in maximum security, surrounded by concrete and steel and constant surveillance, his paranoid universe persisted intact. The aftermath of Pedro's trial rippled through Araucania's rural communities for years. Trust between workers deteriorated further. Property owners became hypervigilant about who they employed, sometimes refusing to hire anyone without extensive local references. The casual openness that had characterized rural labor relationships vanished, replaced by formal contracts, identity documentation requirements, and constant suspicion. In protecting themselves from another Pedro, communities lost something essential about their character, becoming more isolated, more fearful, more fragmented. For the families of victims, the conviction brought some closure but could never restore what they'd lost. Carmen's brothers erected a memorial in Kalapulli's cemetery, a simple stone marker listing all 5 confirmed victims and acknowledging the unknown others who might have died by Pedro's hands. Every November, on the anniversary of the verdict, family members gathered at this memorial to remember and to grieve together. The ritual became a community event, attended by dozens of people, a collective acknowledgement of trauma and loss. Sargento Rodrigo Muñoz received commendations for his investigative work, but he later told colleagues that the case haunted him more than any other in his career. Not because of the violence, he'd seen plenty of violence in rural Chile, But because of how long Pedro had operated undetected, how many deaths might have been prevented if someone had noticed the pattern earlier, if resources had been available for better forensic analysis, if rural victims had received the same attention as urban ones. He retired in 1995, his final recommendation to superiors being a complete overhaul of how rural crimes were investigated and documented. Pedro Maria Nancupol Alarcón lived in Concepcion prison until his death in 2007. He died of complications from diabetes, a disease that had ravaged his body over years of inadequate prison health care and his own refusal to consistently follow treatment protocols. In his final months, he'd been largely bedridden, still occasionally muttering about conspiracies but mostly silent, his paranoid energy finally exhausted by age and illness. No family members claimed his body. No memorial service was held. He was buried in an unmarked grave in the prison cemetery, joining other inmates who died unmourned and unremembered. For the families of his victims, his death brought a final form of closure, the certainty that he would never walk free, never have opportunity to kill again, never explain or justify or manipulate his way back into the world he'd terrorized. But the questions Pedro left behind persisted long after his death. How does a mind fracture so completely that murder becomes logical? What could have been done differently to prevent his killings or detect them sooner? How many other people with similar paranoid delusions exist in isolated communities? Their dangerous thinking hidden behind faces that seem normal until the moment they don't. Mental health professionals studying the case identified Pedro as a textbook example of paranoid personality disorder escalating into violence. His belief that others meant him harm wasn't entirely irrational given Chile's political climate during the 1970s and 1980s. The dictatorship had taught everyone that danger was real, that trust could be fatal. But where most people processed these lessons and continued functioning, Pedro's mind had transformed legitimate caution into pathological paranoia, creating enemies where none existed and justifying violence as self-defense. The case also highlighted massive inadequacies in rural law enforcement and forensic capabilities. Had Pedro been operating in Santiago, he almost certainly would have been caught after his second victim. But in Araucania, where police resources were minimal and forensic labs non-existent, he'd killed at least 5 people and possibly more before the pattern was even recognized. The trial prompted reforms in how rural crimes were investigated, though implementation was slow and incomplete, hampered by budget constraints and institutional resistance to change. For Calapulli specifically, the town struggled to escape association with Pedro's crimes. For years, mentioning Calapulli in broader Chilean conversation would prompt comments about the serial killer town, as if Pedro's evil had somehow contaminated the entire community. Tourism decreased, young people left seeking opportunities elsewhere, property values declined. The town carried a stigma it hadn't earned but couldn't escape, punished for having been the hunting ground of a monster it never knew existed until bodies started appearing. Eventually, time did what it always does. It softened memories, allowed new generations to grow up without direct connection to the murders, permitted Calapulli to develop identities beyond tragedy. By 2010, 3 years after Pedro's death, the town had largely reclaimed its character. The memorial to his victims remained, tended by aging family members and community volunteers who refused to let the dead be forgotten. But life continued, as it must, carrying forward the lessons written in blood across those terrible years. The story of Pedro Maria Nancupol Alarcón stands as a dark chapter in Chilean criminal history, a reminder that monsters don't always announce themselves with obvious signs. Sometimes they look like ordinary men, working ordinary jobs, living at the edges of communities where their isolation seems unremarkable until suddenly it becomes the camouflage that lets them kill and kill and kill again. He preyed on the invisible people. Rural workers, indigenous laborers, those whose disappearances wouldn't immediately trigger alarms or investigations. In the end, justice came. But it came slowly, incompletely, after more death than should have been necessary. And it came because one investigator refused to accept that these deaths were random, refused to let limited resources or institutional indifference prevent him from seeing what others had missed. Sargento Muñoz's persistence saved lives. Not the 5 already lost, but the unknown number Pedro would have continued killing had he remained free. The ghosts of Juan Cale, Lorenzo Huayquino, Segundo Loncon, Carmen Nankel, and Jose Ciulio don't rest easy in their graves. They represent every vulnerable person whose death doesn't immediately matter to systems designed to protect only those deemed worthy of protection. Their killer died in prison, but the conditions that allowed him to hunt freely. Poverty, isolation, inadequate law enforcement, institutional indifference to rural violence. Those conditions persist, waiting for the next damaged mind to discover what Pedro learned: that in the margins of society, murder can hide in plain sight. This is the legacy of Pedro Maria Nanquipal Alarcón. Not just the bodies he left behind, but the questions those bodies force us to confront about justice, mental illness, violence, and the price of ignoring those who exist at the edges of our awareness until it's far, far too late. The monster is gone, but the darkness that birthed him remains, patient and hungry, waiting for its next opportunity to emerge from shadows we pretend don't exist. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now let's get into our final story. Story 4. The King of Bandits, Juan de Dios Lopez. They called him untouchable. They were wrong, but not before he carved his name in blood across an entire nation. What transforms a man into legend? The answer lies buried with his victims, and the truth is far more terrifying than the myth. We're tracking a ghost who refused to die, a shadow that danced between life and death so many times that even executioners began to fear his name. Juan de Dios Lopez didn't just break laws. He shattered the very concept of justice, turning an entire country into his hunting ground while authorities could only watch, paralyzed by their own incompetence and his supernatural ability to vanish into thin air. This isn't a story about a criminal. This is about a man who became something else entirely, something that still haunts the dusty roads of northern Mexico, where locals refuse to speak his name after sunset. The year was 1834, and the Sierra Madre Mountains held secrets that would birth nightmares. In a forgotten corner of Durango, Mexico, where poverty wasn't just a condition but a death sentence slowly executed over generations, Maria Guadalupe Lopez gave birth to a boy who would one day make the devil himself seem merciful by comparison. Juan de Dios Lopez entered a world that had already decided his fate: starvation, servitude, and an unmarked grave before his 30th year. But fate, it seems, can be rewritten in blood. The Lopez family existed in that peculiar hell reserved for the absolutely destitute. Their home was a structure that mocked the very concept of shelter: walls made from stolen timber and mud, a roof that leaked celestial judgment with every rain, and a floor of packed earth that turned to sucking mud whenever the weather turned. Juan's father, Sebastian, worked himself into an early grave on the haciendas of wealthy landowners, men who viewed their workers as slightly more valuable than the cattle they tended, but only because humans could be worked longer hours. Young Juan learned early that the world was divided into two categories of people: those who took and those who were taken from. There was no middle ground, no gray area where mercy lived. He watched his father return home each night, bent and broken, covered in the dust of another man's land, paid in coins so meager they insulted the very concept of wages. He watched his mother's hands bleed as she washed clothes for families who would never know her name, who would never see her as anything more than a function, a service, a thing. The boy had eyes that absorbed everything, dark, calculating eyes that missed nothing. While other children played in the dirt, creating games from their poverty, Juan observed. He studied the traveling merchants who passed through their village, noting which ones carried their money and where they hid it. He watched the rurales, the rural police force, swagger through town, their authority absolute, their cruelty casual. He learned that power wasn't granted. It was seized by those brave or desperate enough to reach for it. At 12 years old, Juan committed his first theft. Not food, which would have been understandable, forgivable even. No, he stole a knife from a merchant's cart, a beautiful weapon with a bone handle and a blade that caught sunlight like captured fire. When his mother discovered it, she wept. Not from anger, but from recognition. She saw in her son's eyes something that terrified her more than poverty ever could. Ambition without boundaries, desire without conscience. Ese cuchillo te va a matar, she whispered. That knife will kill you. She was right, but not in the way she imagined. The knife wouldn't kill Juan. It would kill the boy he might have been and birth something far more dangerous. By 15, Juan had grown tall and lean, his body hardened by malnutrition and labor into something resembling a coiled spring, all potential energy waiting for release. He'd developed a reputation in the village as someone to avoid, someone whose temper could explode without warning, whose violence, once unleashed, followed no predictable pattern. He'd killed his first man at 14, a drunk who tried to force himself on Juan's younger sister. The killing itself wasn't remarkable. A single thrust of that bone-handled knife, perfectly placed between the third and fourth ribs, angling upward to pierce the heart. What was remarkable was Juan's reaction, or rather, his lack of one. No remorse, no fear, no excitement. Just cold calculation as he wiped the blade clean on the dead man's shirt and walked away. The authorities came, of course. They always came. But in a village where everyone was complicit in everyone else's survival, no one had seen anything. The drunk had simply disappeared, as people sometimes did. His body, weighted with rocks and sunk in a nearby river, told no tales. This was Juan's true education, the realization that murder, properly executed, carried fewer consequences than he'd been led to believe. Society's rules, he understood, were suggestions enforced only against those too weak to resist. The wealthy murdered through legal means, starvation wages, impossible working conditions, casual violence against those who protested. The poor were simply denied the same privileges. Juan decided he would take those privileges for himself. His teenage years became a masterclass in escalating crime. He started with livestock theft, spiriting away cattle and horses from the haciendas that had destroyed his father. He developed a network of associates, other young men who saw in Juan something magnetic, something that promised escape from their predetermined fates. They called themselves Los Olvidados, the Forgotten Ones, a name that spoke to their shared understanding that society had already written them off, so they owed society nothing in return. The first stagecoach robbery happened when Juan was 17. He'd spent weeks studying the routes, timing the coaches, understanding the patterns of the guards. When he finally struck, it was with a precision that terrified his victims more than random violence ever could. He knew exactly where the strongbox was hidden, exactly how much time he had before reinforcements might arrive, exactly which guards would fight and which would surrender. "Your money or your life," he said to the passengers, his voice carrying an eerie calm that made the choice seem reasonable, almost friendly. "But understand, I'm perfectly content with either." They handed over everything: jewelry, cash, even a pocket watch that one particularly admired. He let them live not out of mercy, but because corpses attracted attention and attention invited pursuit. He was building a career, not satisfying bloodlust. The authorities in Durango began compiling reports. Juan de Dios Lopez, age 17, height approximately 5 feet 10 inches, distinguishing features including a scar above his left eyebrow and eyes that witnesses described as dead or empty or like looking into a well with no bottom. Wanted for theft, robbery, and suspected murder, considered extremely dangerous. They had no idea how dangerous. Juan's intelligence set him apart from common bandits. He understood that the true power lay not in what you stole, but in what people believed you capable of stealing. He cultivated his reputation carefully, allowing certain stories to spread while suppressing others. Tales circulated of a bandit who could disappear into shadows, who could read minds, who made pacts with dark forces. Juan encouraged these stories. Fear, he knew, was a weapon sharper than any blade. By 20, he controlled a network that stretched across 3 states. His gang had grown from a handful of desperate boys into a sophisticated criminal enterprise. They had safe houses, informants, corrupt officials on their payroll, and a communication system that rivaled anything the legitimate government could muster. Juan himself had evolved from a village thief into something approaching a military commander. Disciplined, strategic, utterly ruthless when necessary but measured in his violence. He developed rules for his gang, a code that seemed almost honorable until you examined it closely. Never steal from the poor. Not because it was wrong, but because the poor had nothing worth taking and would fight hardest to keep it. Always leave witnesses alive from robberies. Dead men told no tales, but terrified men told legendary ones. Never trust the authorities. They would betray you the moment a better offer appeared. And most importantly, never, ever show mercy to traitors within the organization. This last rule was demonstrated publicly and horrifically when one of his men, Carlos Ramirez, sold information to the rurales. Juan didn't simply kill the traitor. He made an example that would be whispered about in cantinas for decades. The details are too graphic for some, but the message was clear. Betrayal carried costs that made death seem merciful by comparison. After that, Juan's gang became fanatically loyal. They didn't love him. Love required human connection that Juan had long since abandoned, but they feared and respected him in equal measure. The Mexican government found itself in an impossible position. Juan de Dios Lopez was becoming a folk hero to the impoverished masses who saw in him a twisted version of justice. He robbed from the wealthy, and while he didn't exactly give to the poor, he came from them, which was close enough. Corridos, traditional Mexican ballads, began celebrating his exploits, transforming crimes into adventures, murders into justice, and Juan himself into something between a revolutionary and a demigod. But to the wealthy landowners, the merchants, and the government officials, he was something else entirely. A cancer metastasizing across the country's northern territories, proof that their control was an illusion, that their laws meant nothing outside city walls, that the social order they'd constructed was far more fragile than they believed. The governor of Durango, Don Eugenio Fernandez, became obsessed with capturing Juan. He increased the bounty on the bandit's head from 100 pesos to 500, then to 1,000, a fortune that could set up a family for life. He deployed additional rurales to the region, men selected for their brutality rather than their competence. He authorized tactics that blurred the line between law enforcement and terrorism, burning villages suspected of harboring bandits, arresting family members, executing anyone who couldn't prove their innocence. These measures failed spectacularly. For every informant the governor cultivated, Juan cultivated too. For every trap set, Juan learned of it hours or days in advance. His network of spies had infiltrated every level of government and law enforcement. He knew what the authorities planned before their own men did. The cat and mouse game escalated. Juan began targeting government officials directly, not killing them, which would have been simpler, but robbing them in ways that maximized humiliation. He stole the governor's prize stallion and returned it a week later, dyed bright pink. He intercepted a shipment of new uniforms for the rurales and distributed them to beggars. He robbed a tax collector on the main street of Durango in broad daylight, then vanished before the station soldiers 100 yards away could respond. Each successful crime wasn't just theft. It was theater, performance art designed to mock the government's impotence. And with each success, Juan's legend grew. Mothers named their sons after him. Young men imitated his style of dress, his manner of speech, his casual defiance of authority. He'd become larger than life, a symbol of resistance against a system that had crushed generations under its heel. But symbols, Juan understood, were dangerous things. They demanded consistency, performance, an image that might not align with reality. The Juan de Dios Lopez of public imagination was a romantic figure, a gentleman bandit, a champion of the downtrodden, a man of honor living outside society's corrupt laws. The real Juan was far more complex and far more disturbing. He was capable of genuine kindness, once paying for a widow's medical treatment, another time sparing a young soldier who reminded him of his younger brother. But he was equally capable of horrific cruelty, eliminating threats with a cold calculation that suggested he'd long since separated humanity into categories: useful, irrelevant, or dangerous. The truth was that Juan de Dios Lopez had become exactly what he'd observed in those wealthy landowners he despised. Someone who saw people as resources, as means to ends, as things rather than beings. The poverty of his youth hadn't instilled empathy. It had taught him that survival required the elimination of empathy. He'd learned the rules of a cruel world and decided to master them rather than change them. As 1855 approached, Juan stood at the apex of his power. His gang numbered over 100 men, from young teenagers to grizzled veterans. His territory covered thousands of square miles across Durango, Chihuahua, and Zacatecas. He had wealth, power, respect, and fear. Everything he'd been denied in his youth. He was 21 years old and already legendary. But legends, like all stories, must end. And the ending being written for Juan de Dios Lopez would prove that sometimes reality is more bizarre than fiction, that justice is stranger than revenge, and that the line between hunter and hunted is far thinner than anyone imagines. The stage was set, the players were in position, and the final act of the King of Bandits' reign was about to begin. The year 1855 marked a transformation in Juan de Dios Lopez from notorious criminal to something approaching supernatural legend. His operations had evolved from desperate robberies into calculated campaigns that targeted the very infrastructure of northern Mexico's economy. He wasn't merely stealing anymore. He was waging a personal war against the establishment that had ground his family into dust. The Sierra Madre Mountains became his fortress, a labyrinth of canyons, caves, and hidden valleys that only locals could navigate. Juan knew every trail, every water source, every secret passage carved by ancient peoples and forgotten by modern civilization. His gang established a network of camps that could be abandoned within minutes, leaving no trace except cold fire pits and the echo of hoofbeats fading into granite walls. Intelligence flowed to Juan like water downhill. He'd cultivated sources in every town, every garrison, every government office within his territory. Prostitutes reported the drunken boasts of soldiers. Servants eavesdropped on wealthy families' dinner conversations. Even priests, disgusted by the corruption they witnessed, occasionally whispered warnings about planned operations against the bandits. Juan's information network was so comprehensive that he often knew about military movements before the soldiers themselves received their orders. But information alone didn't explain his consistent success. Juan possessed an almost preternatural ability to read people, to understand their motivations, to predict their actions with uncanny accuracy. When facing pursuers, he didn't just evade them. He anticipated their strategies, prepared counters to their counters, and often turned their own tactics against them. Military commanders found themselves outmaneuvered by a man with no formal training, defeated by an opponent who'd learned warfare through necessity and genius rather than academy instruction. The robberies themselves became increasingly audacious. In March of 1855, Juan intercepted a silver shipment worth 20,000 pesos, a fortune that represented months of mining labor and profits. The convoy was guarded by 30 armed men, professional soldiers who'd fought in Mexico's recent conflicts and considered themselves hardened warriors. Juan attacked with just 15 bandits, using the terrain and timing with such precision that the soldiers never had a chance to mount an organized defense. The assault lasted less than 5 minutes. Not a single bandit was injured. 7 soldiers died, and the rest fled, abandoning the silver and their reputations. The government's response was predictable and useless. They dispatched Colonel Rafael Sanchez, a decorated officer known for his brutal efficiency in suppressing rebellions, to hunt down Juan and dismantle his organization. Sanchez arrived with 200 men, modern weapons, and absolute confidence in his inevitable success. He established a headquarters in Durango City and began planning his campaign with military precision. Juan learned of these plans within 48 hours. While Sanchez was still organizing his forces, still gathering intelligence, still preparing his strategy, Juan struck. He didn't attack Sanchez directly. That would have been expected. Instead, he systematically destroyed the colonel's supply lines, stealing or burning provisions meant for his troops. He ambushed isolated patrols, not to kill but to terrify, leaving soldiers bound and stripped of weapons and uniforms, forced to walk back to their barracks in their underclothes. He bribed or intimidated Sanchez's informants, turning the colonel's intelligence network into a weapon that fed him false information. Within 3 months, Colonel Sanchez was recalled in disgrace. His expensive campaign had captured exactly 0 bandits, cost the government a fortune, and made Juan de Dios Lopez appear even more invincible. The colonel's failure became another verse in the corridos celebrating the king of bandits, another proof that conventional authority was powerless against this ghost who moved through the mountains like wind through trees. But Juan's success bred complications he hadn't anticipated. His fame attracted recruits, yes, but it also attracted the wrong kind of attention. Young men joined his gang seeking glory without understanding the discipline and ruthlessness required. Rival bandits tried to muscle into his territory, claiming association with his name to intimidate victims. Worst of all, the government's desperation made them increasingly willing to employ tactics that blurred the line between law enforcement and terrorism. In June of 1855, the military garrison at Nombre de Dios arrested Maria Guadalupe Lopez, Juan's mother. They announced publicly that she would be held until her son surrendered, that her treatment depended on Juan's cooperation, that her blood would be on his hands if he continued his criminal activities. It was a calculated move designed to exploit the one weakness they believed Juan possessed: family loyalty. They'd miscalculated. Juan had evolved far beyond the boy who'd killed to protect his sister. He understood that surrendering would doom not just himself, but his entire organization. Hundreds of men depended on him for their survival. Families had invested in his continued success. The network he'd built would collapse without his leadership, leaving all of them vulnerable to government retribution. He let his mother rot in prison for 3 weeks while he planned his response. Not a rescue. That would be expected, and the garrison was too well defended for a direct assault. No, Juan's revenge would be both more creative and more devastating. He identified the garrison commander's family, learned their routines, and in a single night operation, kidnapped the commander's wife, 2 children, and his elderly father. The message delivered to the garrison the next morning was simple: an exchange of families, or your family disappears forever. The trade happened within 48 hours. Maria Guadalupe returned home, shaken but unharmed. The commander's family was released, equally unharmed but traumatized. But the real message wasn't about the hostages, it was about capability. Juan had demonstrated that he could reach anyone, anywhere, that government positions offered no protection, that the authorities' families were as vulnerable as anyone else's. The chilling implication was clear. Escalation was a game everyone would lose, but Juan would lose less. After this incident, the government's approach changed. They stopped trying to capture Juan through his family and started trying to eliminate him through treachery. Infiltrators were recruited and inserted into his gang, men willing to sell out the king of bandits for the massive bounty on his head. The problem was that Juan's paranoia had evolved into a sophisticated security system. New recruits were tested, watched, and isolated from sensitive operations until they'd proven their loyalty through actions, not words. Suspected infiltrators simply vanished. No trials, no questions, just sudden absences that other gang members learned not to ask about. One such infiltrator, Tomas Ortega, got closer than most. He spent 6 months earning Juan's trust, participating in minor robberies, demonstrating courage and competence. He learned the locations of several safe houses, the names of key gang members, and the general patterns of Juan's movements. The night he attempted to signal the authorities about a planned robbery, he was caught by one of Juan's lieutenants who'd been watching him for weeks. Juan conducted the interrogation personally. The details of what happened in that isolated canyon have been sanitized by time and storytelling, but surviving accounts suggest that Juan's creativity in extracting information and in punishing betrayal was considerable. Tomas Ortega's body was found 3 days later, arranged in a manner that sent a clear message to anyone else considering similar treachery. The brutality was intentional, calculated, designed to make potential traitors weigh the government's bounty against the costs of failure. Yet for all his violence, Juan maintained a peculiar code. He never robbed churches, reasoning that antagonizing the religious population would be strategically foolish. He avoided targeting small merchants and farmers, understanding that these were potential allies and information sources. He paid his men fairly, shared the spoils of robberies according to risk and contribution, and ensured that the families of gang members killed in action received ongoing support. This created intense loyalty within his organization, a sense that Juan, despite his cruelty toward enemies, protected and valued his own people. His treatment of victims followed similar logic. Wealthy travelers who cooperated during robberies were treated with relative courtesy, their belongings stolen but their persons unharmed. Those who resisted faced escalating violence calibrated to break resistance without creating martyrs. One understood that dead victims couldn't spread fear, couldn't tell stories about his power and ruthlessness, couldn't create the reputation that made future robberies easier. Women presented a particular consideration. Mexico's honor culture meant that sexual violence during robberies would turn public opinion against bandits, even among those who otherwise sympathized with them. Juan strictly forbade his men from assaulting female victims, enforcing this rule with the same brutal finality he applied to traitors. This restraint wasn't morality, it was strategy. The king of bandits could be feared and respected, but if he became associated with sexual violence, he'd become just another monster to be destroyed at any cost. By late 1855, Juan's territory had effectively become an independent fiefdom. Government authority existed in name only outside major towns. Travelers paid taxes to Juan's men for safe passage rather than bribing corrupt officials. Disputes were sometimes brought to Juan for arbitration, his judgments enforced by men who would actually follow through rather than accept bribes to look the other way. In a twisted way, he'd created a more functional government than the legitimate one, corrupt, violent, and criminal, yes, but at least predictable and efficient. This parallel power structure terrified Mexico City's officials. They recognized that Juan represented something more dangerous than mere banditry. He was proof that state authority could be challenged, that the government's monopoly on violence was contestable, that Mexico's social order was far more fragile than they believed. If one bandit could create an alternative government across 3 states, what would happen if others followed his example? What if the impoverished masses decided that banditry offered better opportunities than legitimate work? The federal government decided to make an example of Juan de Dios Lopez to demonstrate that challenging state authority carried absolute consequences. They assembled a special force of 300 men, combining army regulars with rurales selected for their tracking skills and ruthlessness. This force was commanded by General Sebastián Domínguez, a veteran of Mexico's war with the United States who'd earned a reputation for succeeding where others failed. Domínguez understood that conventional tactics wouldn't work against Juan. Instead, he employed a strategy of exhaustion. Constant pressure, continuous patrols, relentless pursuit that would deny the bandits rest, that would force them to keep moving, that would slowly degrade their effectiveness through accumulated fatigue. He divided his force into multiple columns that swept through the mountains in coordinated patterns, squeezing Juan's operational territory, cutting off supply routes, and making the previously safe havens increasingly dangerous. The campaign began in September 1855 and immediately proved more effective than previous attempts. Domínguez's men captured several minor gang members, seized weapons caches, and discovered and destroyed multiple safe houses. More importantly, they began disrupting Juan's information network, arresting or intimidating the sources who'd previously fed him intelligence. For the first time in years, Juan found himself reacting to government moves rather than anticipating them. The psychological pressure was immense. Juan's men began questioning whether their luck had finally run out, whether the king of bandits' reign was approaching its end. Desertions increased. Minor gang leaders began considering their options, weighing loyalty against survival. The carefully constructed organization that Juan had built over a decade began showing cracks. Juan responded with characteristic ruthlessness. He executed several men suspected of planning to desert, displaying their bodies as warnings. He personally led increasingly dangerous raids, demonstrating that fear hadn't touched him, that his confidence remained absolute. He spread rumors that he was planning a spectacular attack that would humiliate Domínguez and prove the government's continued impotence. In reality, Juan was adapting. He recognized that his large organization had become a liability, that too many men meant too many potential weak points. He streamlined his gang, keeping only the most trusted and capable fighters, sending the rest away with enough money to start over elsewhere. He abandoned the territory that was too heavily patrolled, consolidating his remaining operations in the most remote and defensible areas. He shifted from large-scale robberies to smaller, more frequent attacks that were harder to predict and prevent. The cat-and-mouse game intensified throughout the fall. Small skirmishes erupted in the mountains as Dominguez patrols encountered Juan's raiders. The bandits usually withdrew rather than fighting, preserving their strength, refusing to be drawn into battles where the government's superior numbers would matter. Occasionally, when the terrain favored ambush, they struck hard and then vanished before reinforcements could arrive. By December, both sides were exhausted. Dominguez had achieved some successes but hadn't captured or killed Juan. The bandit remained free, his reputation somewhat tarnished but his core organization intact. The general faced pressure from Mexico City to produce results, to justify the enormous expense of his campaign, to capture the ghost who continued to mock government authority. Juan, meanwhile, was approaching a decision point. His lifestyle, once exhilarating, had become increasingly unsustainable. The constant movement, the eternal vigilance, the knowledge that betrayal could come from any direction. It was wearing him down in ways he'd never anticipated. At 22 years old, he'd lived a lifetime of violence and running. The question forming in his mind was simple but profound. How did this end? The answer would come sooner than he expected, but not in any way he could have imagined. January 1856 brought a cold that settled into the Sierra Madre like an uninvited guest, frost turning the mountain trails treacherous and limiting the hours when travel was safe. Juan de Dios Lopez and his remaining men, now numbering just 40 hardened fighters, had retreated into the deepest reaches of their territory, to caves and canyons where pursuing forces would be funneled into killing zones, where every approach could be watched and defended. But the cold affected everyone equally. Food became scarce as animals denayed up and travel to supply sources became increasingly difficult. Juan's men were tough, survivors all, but hunger and cold erode resolved more effectively than any military campaign. The winter of 1856 might succeed where Colonel Sanchez and General Dominguez had failed, by simply making banditry unsustainable. It was during this period of enforced inactivity that Juan made a fateful decision. His men needed supplies, needed money to purchase food and ammunition from the remaining sympathetic contacts in nearby towns. But the winter had shut down normal travel, meaning the usual targets, merchant convoys and stagecoaches, had ceased operations until spring. There was, however, one exception, a wealthy mine owner named Don Ramon Alcala who maintained a winter residence in San Dimas, a small town on the edge of Juan's shrinking territory. Intelligence suggested that Don Ramon kept substantial gold in his home, payment for workers and operational expenses for when mining resumed in spring. The town had minimal garrison presence, just a dozen rurales who'd grown lazy and comfortable during the quiet winter months. It should have been a straightforward operation: infiltrate the town, rob the house, escape before effective response could be organized. Juan spent 2 weeks planning the robbery with the obsessive detail that had characterized his successful operations. He sent scouts to observe the town, to map patrol patterns, to identify escape routes. He studied the layout of Don Ramon's house from descriptions provided by a former servant. He selected his best men, those whose competence and loyalty had been proven repeatedly. Every detail was considered, every contingency planned for. What one didn't know, couldn't know, was that General Dominguez had been playing a longer game. The general had recognized months earlier that defeating Juan through direct confrontation was unlikely. Instead, he'd begun laying traps, creating opportunities that would appear attractive to a desperate bandit facing a hard winter. Don Ramon's gold was real, the house was vulnerable, the garrison appeared weak. But Dominguez had reinforced San Dimas with 50 additional soldiers hidden in civilian clothing, spread throughout the town, waiting for the king of bandits to make his move. The trap was baited with information carefully leaked through channels that Juan's intelligence network would intercept. It appeared legitimate because the details were accurate, because nothing seemed suspiciously convenient, because the opportunity was good but not impossibly good. Dominguez understood that Juan was too intelligent to fall for an obvious setup, so he'd created a subtle one, a trap that looked like luck. On the night of January 28, 1856, Juan and 15 of his best men rode into San Dimas under cover of darkness. The town was quiet, shuttered against the cold, with only a few lights burning in windows. The Rurales barracks showed signs of habitation but no alert activity. Everything appeared exactly as the intelligence had suggested. They approached Don Ramon's house from the rear, scaling the walls surrounding the property with practiced ease. Juan personally picked the lock on the back door. He developed considerable skill in such matters and led his men inside. The house was dark, silent, the servants apparently asleep in their quarters. It was too perfect. In that moment, as Juan stood in the darkened hallway leading to Don Ramon's study where the gold was supposedly kept, some instinct screamed warning. His survival thus far had depended on listening to such instincts, on recognizing when situations felt wrong, even if he couldn't articulate why. "Back," he whispered to his men. "Now, it's a..." The word trap died on his lips as doors throughout the house burst open simultaneously. Soldiers poured from rooms that had supposedly been empty, from positions that had been carefully prepared and patiently manned for weeks. Gunfire erupted in the enclosed space, muzzle flashes strobing in the darkness, smoke filling the hallway, screams and shouts creating chaos. Juan's men were good, the best, but they'd been caught perfectly. The soldiers had numbers, position, and surprise. In the first 60 seconds of combat, 5 of Juan's bandits died, cut down by concentrated fire before they could effectively return it. The survivors fought with desperate courage, knowing that capture meant execution, that their only hope was breakthrough and escape. Juan fought with a berserker fury born of rage at being outwitted and fear of capture. His revolver spoke thunder in the confined space, the bone-handled knife from his youth flashing in his left hand. He killed 3 soldiers in close combat, wounded 2 others, and carved a path toward the rear entrance through sheer audacity and skill. But there were too many. A soldier's rifle but caught him across the temple, staggering him. Another grabbed his gun arm. A third drove a knife into his side, a shallow wound that burned like liquid fire. Juan felt his strength draining, felt the weight of multiple men dragging him down, felt consciousness wavering. In that moment, he made the choice that would define his legend. Rather than be taken alive, rather than give General Dominguez the satisfaction of parading him as a captured criminal, Juan de Dios Lopez did something that seemed impossible. He broke free. The exact mechanics remain disputed in various accounts. Some say he drew a hidden knife and slashed his way clear. Others claim he grabbed a fallen soldier's rifle and bludgeoned his attackers. What's certain is that Juan, wounded and surrounded, somehow extracted himself from the melee and plunged through a window into the courtyard. Soldiers pursued immediately, but the darkness and confusion worked in Juan's favor. He vaulted the property wall, leaving blood on the stone, and vanished into San Dimas's narrow streets. Behind him, chaos reigned as soldiers tried to organize pursuit, as officers screamed contradictory orders, as the remains of Juan's gang fought a desperate rearguard action that bought their leader precious seconds. The chase that followed would be remembered as the most intensive manhunt in northern Mexico's history. General Dominguez, furious at how close he'd come to capturing his quarry, mobilized every available resource. Soldiers swept through San Dimas, searching every building, interrogating every resident. Patrols fanned out into the surrounding countryside, tracking blood trails in the pre-dawn darkness, following reports of sightings and disturbances. Juan ran with a knife wound in his side, a concussion that made his vision swim, and the knowledge that he was wounded prey being hunted by a pack. His carefully constructed network had been compromised. He couldn't know which safe houses were watched, which contacts had been turned, which routes were being monitored. He was alone in a way he'd never been, stripped of the organization and infrastructure that had made him powerful. For 3 days and nights, he evaded capture through a combination of woodcraft, desperation, and remarkable endurance. He moved mostly at night, hiding during daylight in caves, in abandoned structures, once in a snow-filled gully where pursuing soldiers walked within feet without seeing him. The wound in his side became infected, fever setting in, his body burning through its remaining reserves. On the fourth day, delirious from fever and blood loss, Juan stumbled into a small ranch owned by an elderly couple named Flores. By all rights, they should have turned him in. The bounty on his head would have secured their remaining years. Instead, Maria Flores, who'd heard her own mother's stories of hardship and injustice, saw in this wounded man something that touched her compassion. They hid him in their barn, cleaned and dressed as wound, fed him thin soup that his damaged system could handle. For 2 weeks, while soldiers continued their search, Juan de Dios Lopez lay hidden under hay in a drafty barn, fighting infection, trying to regain enough strength to continue running. The Flores never asked why they were risking everything to shelter Mexico's most wanted criminal. Perhaps they saw him as the ballads portrayed, a champion of the downtrodden. Perhaps they simply couldn't turn away someone who needed help. Perhaps they understood that refusing might have meant their own deaths. Whatever their reasoning, they kept him hidden and alive. By mid-February, Juan had recovered enough to travel. The wound in his side had closed to an angry red scar that would mark him for life. The concussion had resolved, though he experienced occasional headaches that blurred his vision. More importantly, his mind had cleared enough to assess his situation honestly. The trap at San Dimas had destroyed his organization. Of the 15 men who'd accompanied him, only 3 had escaped. The others were dead or captured and subsequently executed. His network of informants had been exposed and rolled up, dozens of people arrested on charges of aiding bandits. His safe houses were compromised, his supply caches seized, his reputation for invincibility shattered by the disaster. Worse, from a practical standpoint, was the precedent. General Dominguez had demonstrated that Juan could be beaten, that careful planning and patience could outmaneuver the king of bandits. Other military commanders would study the San Dimas operation, would understand that Juan's intelligence network was his true strength and that disrupting it made him vulnerable. Juan faced an impossible choice. He could try to rebuild, to gather survivors and restart his criminal enterprise, but doing so would take years and the government would never give him that time. He could flee to another region of Mexico or even leave the country entirely, abandoning everything he'd built but potentially surviving. Or he could continue as he was, a wounded ghost haunting the mountains, until inevitably the hunters caught up with him. There was a fourth option, one that would have seemed absurd months earlier but now emerged with strange logic from his fevered calculations. He could surrender. The idea initially repulsed him. Juan de Dios Lopez didn't surrender. He'd built his entire identity on defiance, on refusing to bend to authority, on taking rather than accepting. But surrender, properly negotiated, might not mean execution. The government wanted him captured, yes, but they also wanted the banditry problem solved. If Juan could offer something valuable in exchange for his life, if he could provide information that would dismantle the remaining bandit networks, if he could become more useful alive than dead, he spent days wrestling with this possibility, his mind circling it like a wolf circling a potential trap. Surrender meant admitting defeat, meant betraying the image he'd cultivated, meant becoming exactly what he'd always despised, someone who bent rather than broke. But continuing meant almost certain death, and Juan discovered that his desire to survive exceeded his need for consistency. In early March, Juan sent a message through intermediaries to General Dominguez. The contents were simple. Juan de Dios Lopez was willing to discuss terms for his surrender, provided he could negotiate directly with someone authorized to make binding agreements. He would provide information on other bandit leaders, would testify against corrupt officials who'd aided his operations, would essentially dismantle from within the criminal networks he'd helped create. Dominguez's response arrived within a week. The general, recognizing both the opportunity and the risks, agreed to a face-to-face meeting in neutral territory, both men accompanied by limited security, under a flag of truce that would be honored regardless of the negotiation's outcome. The meeting took place on March 15, 1856, in a clearing halfway between San Dimas and Juan's last known position. Dominguez arrived with 10 soldiers. Juan came alone, unarmed, his scarred side visible under a loose shirt, his legendary revolvers left behind as a gesture of good faith. The two men faced each other across a space that represented more than physical distance. It was the gap between law and outlawry, between legitimacy and rebellion, between two different visions of how power functioned in Mexico's broken society. "You look terrible," Dominguez observed, not unkindly. Juan smiled, a ghost of his old confidence. "You should see what I looked like 2 weeks ago." They talked for 3 hours. Not a negotiation in the traditional sense, but a conversation between two intelligent men who recognized in each other a worthy opponent. Dominguez understood that Juan wasn't some common thug, but rather a product of systemic injustice, someone whose considerable talents had been channeled into crime because legitimate society offered no alternatives. Juan recognized that Dominguez wasn't the corrupt officials he'd spent years evading, but rather a professional soldier doing his duty. The terms they agreed upon were pragmatic rather than idealistic. Juan would surrender publicly, would provide detailed testimony about his operations and associates, would cooperate fully with authorities in dismantling remaining bandit networks. In exchange, he would not be executed. He would be imprisoned, probably for life, but he would live. Additionally, no retaliation would be taken against his family or the few remaining gang members who surrendered along with him. "Why should I trust you?" Juan asked bluntly. "How do I know that once I surrender, you won't simply execute me anyway?" Dominguez considered this. "You don't know. You're trusting that my word means more than political expediency. But consider this, if I execute you after guaranteeing your safety, what does that tell every other bandit contemplating surrender? It ensures that future criminals fight to the death rather than negotiating, which makes my job harder. Your survival serves my interests, strange as that sounds." It was logic Juan could understand. Self-interest was more reliable than morality. He extended his hand, and Dominguez shook it, sealing an agreement that would reshape northern Mexico's criminal landscape. 3 days later, Juan de Dios Lopez surrendered formally at the military garrison in Durango City. The event drew enormous crowds, people pushing to glimpse the legendary king of bandits in chains. What they saw disappointed many. Not a superhuman figure, but rather a scarred, exhausted young man who looked older than his 22 years, who walked with a slight limp from his wound, whose famous eyes showed more resignation than defiance. The corridos that had celebrated his exploits fell silent, replaced by whispered debates about whether he'd betrayed his principles or simply recognized reality. The poor who'd romanticized him felt betrayed. The wealthy who'd feared him felt vindicated. The government proclaimed victory over lawlessness. Everyone had an opinion about what Juan's surrender meant. Juan himself offered no explanations, no justifications, no dramatic speeches. When asked why he'd surrendered, he simply said, "Because I chose to live." His imprisonment began at the fortress of Chihuahua, a stone monstrosity built during Spanish colonial times to house the most dangerous criminals. His cell was small, damp, and dark, 8 feet by 6 feet, with a single barred window high in the wall that admitted minimal light. The door was solid iron with a small slot for passing food. There was a thin mattress on the floor, a bucket for waste, and nothing else. For a man who'd spent years ranging freely across 3 states, who'd moved with the wind and slept under stars, the confinement was torture more effective than any physical punishment. Days blurred into weeks, weeks into months. The only interruptions were interrogations where government officials pressed him for information about other criminals, about corrupt officials, about the networks he'd built. Juan cooperated fully, honoring his agreement with Dominguez. He provided names, locations, operational details. His testimony led to dozens of arrests, dismantled several remaining bandit gangs, and exposed corruption at multiple levels of government. He became, in effect, what he'd always hated: a collaborator with authority, someone who betrayed his former associates to save himself. The psychological cost was enormous. In the darkness of his cell, Juan wrestled with what he'd become. The boy who'd stolen a knife to escape poverty, the young man who'd built a criminal empire, the legend who'd defied government for years, all of it reduced to a prisoner trading information for survival. He'd survived, yes, but at what cost? The other prisoners treated him with contempt. In criminal society, informants occupied the lowest tier, despised more than rapists or child killers. Guards who'd once feared his name now casually abused him, knowing he couldn't retaliate, that his legend meant nothing within the fortress walls. The king of bandits had become just another inmate, less than nothing, powerless. Months became a year. Juan's health deteriorated in the damp cell, his persistent cough suggesting the beginnings of tuberculosis. The wound in his side never properly healed, occasionally reopening to weep infection. His teeth began rotting from malnutrition. At 23, he looked 40, his body consuming itself in the absence of adequate food and exercise. It was during this period that something unexpected happened. Juan began to read. A sympathetic priest, one of the few people who visited prisoners regularly, brought books, religious texts primarily, but also history, philosophy, and literature. In the absence of anything else, Juan devoured these books, reading by the dim light from his high window, educating himself in ways that poverty had denied during his youth. The reading changed him. He began to see his life not as a series of justified reactions to injustice, but as a trajectory that had been almost inevitable given the circumstances of his birth. He understood that he'd been both victim and victimizer, that the suffering he'd inflicted on others mirrored the suffering society had inflicted on him, that violence begot violence in endless cycles that benefited no one. This realization didn't bring peace. Guilt and remorse aren't peaceful emotions, but it brought a kind of clarity. Juan began writing, scribbling his thoughts on scraps of paper the priest provided, creating what amounted to a memoir and philosophical treatise combined. In these writings, he didn't justify his actions but rather tried to explain them, to trace the path from poverty to crime to imprisonment, to examine how systemic injustice created the conditions for people like himself. Most of these writings have been lost to time, but fragments survive in prison records and the priest's personal papers. They reveal a mind far more sophisticated than anyone had imagined, someone capable of genuine insight and self-reflection. One passage, frequently quoted in later historical accounts, reads, "I stole bread because I was hungry, and money because I learned that hunger is purchased. I stole lives because society had already stolen mine. But theft, I understand now, only perpetuates the original crime. The bread consumed doesn't feed the hungry child I was. The money spent doesn't lift my family from poverty. The lives taken don't restore what was taken from me. I have achieved nothing except adding to the sum of human misery." By late 1857, Juan's health had declined to the point where prison authorities feared he might die before completing his sentence, which would deny them the satisfaction of his continued punishment. A doctor examined him and reported advanced tuberculosis, malnutrition, and infections that weren't healing properly. The recommendation was transfer to a facility with better conditions, or alternatively, release on humanitarian grounds. The government faced a dilemma. Releasing Juan de Dios Lopez, even a broken and dying version, risked reigniting his legend. What if he recovered? What if his freedom inspired other bandits? But letting him die in prison after he'd cooperated so fully with authorities would send the wrong message to future criminals contemplating surrender. The compromise reached was pragmatic. Juan would be transferred to a monastery in Zacatecas where priests ran a hospital for the indigent and dying. He would technically remain a prisoner, under guard and forbidden from leaving the monastery grounds, but would receive medical care and humane treatment. If he recovered, he would return to prison. If he died, it would be in slightly less miserable circumstances. The transfer happened in December 1857. Juan, weighing perhaps 90 pounds and barely able to walk, was transported by wagon to the monastery of San Francisco. The brothers there received him without judgment. They'd nursed murderers and saints alike and made no distinctions in their care. For the first time in nearly 2 years, Juan had a clean bed, regular meals, and medical attention. The monastery's physician, Brother Tomas, treated his infections, addressed his malnutrition, and managed his tuberculosis symptoms. The improvement was gradual but real. Within weeks, Juan could stand unassisted. Within months, he could walk the monastery grounds, his guards following at a discreet distance. The monastery became an unexpected sanctuary. The brothers included Juan in their daily rhythms: prayers, meals, work in the gardens. They didn't preach at him but simply demonstrated through action a different way of living, one focused on service rather than taking, on compassion rather than violence. Juan, who'd spent his life in opposition to authority, found himself oddly at peace within the monastery's structured routine. It was here, in this unlikely setting, that Juan de Dios Lopez's story took its strangest turn, one that would transform his legend from cautionary tale to something far more complex and ultimately more interesting. Spring arrived at the monastery of San Francisco with a profusion of wildflowers that transformed the grounds into something approaching paradise. Juan de Dios Lopez, now 24 years old and slowly recovering from the physical damage of imprisonment, spent his days helping the brothers in their gardens, learning the names of plants, understanding the patient work of cultivation. The irony wasn't lost on him. The man who'd seized everything through violence was now learning to nurture, to coax growth from seeds rather than taking from those who'd already harvested. Brother Tomas, who'd become something between physician and friend, observed this transformation with quiet satisfaction. "You have a gift for this?" the brother said one morning, watching Juan carefully transplant seedlings. "The garden responds to your touch." Juan laughed, a sound that had become more common in recent months. "Strange, considering these hands have destroyed more than they've created." "Hands are tools," Brother Tomas replied. "They serve whatever purpose their owner directs. The same hands that wound can heal. The question is which purpose we choose." These conversations, casual and recurring, planted seeds of their own in Juan's mind. The monastery's philosophy wasn't about earning salvation through good works. The brothers were too sophisticated for such simple arithmetic. Instead, they lived as if each moment offered a choice about who to become, as if identity wasn't fixed but rather constantly reconstructed through actions. Juan had always been intelligent, but the monastery gave him something he'd never possessed: time to think without the immediate pressure of survival. In the gardens, in the simple routines of monastic life, he began reconstructing his understanding of himself and his place in the world's moral architecture. The guards assigned to watch him became increasingly relaxed. Juan clearly wasn't planning escape. Where would he go? His organization was destroyed, his associates dead or imprisoned, his legend transformed into a cautionary tale about crime's inevitable consequences. Besides, his health, though improving, remained fragile. The tuberculosis had scarred his lungs permanently, leaving him with limited stamina and a persistent cough that worsened in cold weather. It was during this period that Juan began receiving visitors. Word had spread that the king of bandits was dying, slowly, but dying nonetheless, and various people felt compelled to see him before the end. Some came out of curiosity, wanting to glimpse the legend made flesh. Others came seeking closure, relatives of his victims wanting to confront the man who destroyed their families. Juan received all of them with unexpected grace. When Senora Martinez, whose husband had died during one of Juan's robberies, came to curse him, he listened without interruption or excuse. When she finished, tears streaming down her weathered face, he simply said, "You're right. Everything you said is true. Your husband's death was my fault, my choice, my sin. I can't undo it. I can't make it right. I can only tell you that I'm sorry, knowing that's inadequate, knowing that sorry is the word cowards use when accounting comes due." His honesty, devoid of self-justification, disarmed many visitors. They'd expected defiance or excuses, the behavior of unrepentant criminals. Instead, they encountered someone who accepted responsibility without caveat, who acknowledged damage without minimizing it. Some left satisfied, others left confused, their narratives of simple villainy complicated by encountering a human being rather than a monster. Not all visitors came for confrontation. Some came seeking wisdom, strange as that sounds. Juan's story had become legendary, and people reasoned that someone who'd lived so intensely, who'd experienced such extremes, might possess insights unavailable to ordinary people living ordinary lives. These visitors baffled Juan initially. What wisdom could he offer? His life was a catalog of mistakes, of choices that led to destruction. But gradually, He understood that his very failures might contain lessons, not about how to succeed, but about where certain paths inevitably led. He began articulating what he'd learned in prison and the monastery, that violence solves nothing except who will commit the next violence, that systems of oppression create the criminals they claim to suppress, that the choice between predator and prey is false because both positions ultimately consume those who occupy them, that survival at the cost of humanity isn't survival but rather slow death of a different kind. One visitor proved particularly significant, a young journalist named Esteban Gutierrez who wanted to write Juan's biography. He'd been granted permission by both the monastery and government authorities, who saw value in a cautionary tale about banditry's consequences. Esteban spent weeks interviewing Juan, filling notebooks with stories, observations, and reflections. The resulting book, published in 1859 under the title Confesiones del Rey de los Bandidos, Confessions of the King of Bandits, became a sensation. Esteban had expected to write an exposé of criminal depravity, but instead produced something more complex, a portrait of systemic failure, of how poverty and injustice created conditions where crime became logical, of how a society's treatment of its most vulnerable members shaped the monsters it claimed to fear.